13 months. I want to suck your blood. Eh, 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 eh. And I also want to smell your feet. Eh, 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 eh. Hello. Hello, all my brothers, all my sisters. Welcome. You are with Vampire Lilith today. I am losing the Transylvanian accent. I am sorry. Hello, everybody. Hello. I'm here. I'm back. I'm back. I'm sorry. I'm late. I'm sorry it's been a few days. Welcome. Hello, everybody. It is her vampire ship, Lilith Spectra Lapabani. How is everybody doing today? Hello, hi, hello, hello, hello. Hello, Dr. Karate. Hello, Awe Alex. Hello, Buckaroo Holiday. Hello, Pink Floyd. Hello, Cast Iron Whiskey. And also, Cast Iron, thank you so much for the Tier 1 resub at 13 months. Lucky 13. Woo! Thank you for the support. Hello, Trick Proof. Hello, I Ain't F with you. Hello, Craig's Critique. Hello, OJ. Hello, Fluffy. Hello, everybody. How are we all doing today? I am very sorry that it has been a little quiet for me these past few days. I've been a little busy with Human World job stuff. I talked about it in my Discord server, but I tend to go, since my job is like freelance, it's ongoing, but it's freelance, but I go through periods where it's like, either I have nothing going on, and periods where I have everything going on, and right now is a period where I have everything going on. Harpy, hello! Hi, Libra! Hello! Welcome on in! Welcome to the Vampire Lilith Coven. I'm gonna stop doing the laugh, it's probably getting cringy. But, yeah, I guess I can tell you guys. I've been pretty honest with you guys about what my job is before, and I haven't signed any NDA for this project, but I'm narrating an audiobook right now. In narrating audiobooks, I've done a couple before, and it's really, really fun. I greatly enjoy doing it, but they're quite time-consuming. They take up a lot of my time, and they take a lot of energy, too. So it's like by the time I'm done narrating for the day, like my jaw is killing me, my teeth is, my tongue is a little swollen. So yeah, that's what's been going on, and also the brain worms have been worming a little bit. But I'll be okay, though. But I'm here this week. We're gonna have fun this week. We're gonna have a lot of fun today. We're gonna get a little chaotic today. I may be getting bonked a lot today for what we are going to be playing. I saw on my Discord server, Cast Iron, I believe it was you who posted in the music tag about this game where like it's an otome game, a dating sim where you date like monster boys. And Dan Avidan did a goth metal cover of Every Time We Touch. And I was like, say less, I'm playing. And I know the full game isn't out yet, but I do have a demo. And I'm not sure how long it is, but I thought it would be fun for us to play it today. So that's what we're gonna do. Yay, more audiobooks. Yeah, that's right. So even if you don't see as much of me here these next couple of weeks while I work on this, you'll still be getting more stuff from me, I guess, in a sense. My Human World self. But yeah. Voicing audiobooks, that's cool. Thank you. It is really cool. I love my job. It's really fun. It's fun being able to voice act and everything. It's a very time-consuming process, and I haven't had much time for other things. And then I have other projects at that job too that I'm working on. I took on a bunch of projects right now, kind of all at once. You know, because it's always nice to have money, but I figure doing that can also help me get closer to the 2.0 goal. So I'm really hoping that, like, by the time all these projects are done and I get the paychecks for those, I'm just like, all right, we can do it. We can get a new model. It's going. But yeah, let me catch up with chat here. How is everybody doing today? Did you all have a nice weekend? Everybody having a good time? People working hard? People enjoying themselves? Buying cool things? Pog Lilith stream? Very Pog today. Excellent news, I have the time for Offkai. Ooh, yay! Have fun at Offkai. That sounds like a good time. I don't know when it is this year, but I know I probably wouldn't be able to go. But I hope you have fun. Enjoy it for me. Enjoy it on my behalf. In other news, less than 48 hours till opening baseball day. Oh, enjoy that. Enjoy. Sorry, Lilith. The Red Cross beat you to it today. Goddamn charities. Damn charity's always beating me in my goals. You know what? I guess the blood should be going to them instead of me. So whatever. They win this round, but next time I am drinking all of your blood. And out the gate, Lilith is admitting another King Con stream. SMH. Who, me? Me? Never. No. The I want to smell your feet thing was once something I heard on Drag Race. One of the judges was once like I think somebody did like a vampire look, and then one of the judges said while they were walking down the runway, it was like, I want to smell your feet. And I thought that was funny, so I like to do that. Also, EN Rel DT. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Bunny Cult. Welcome on in. Hello. Lilith and What We Do in the Shadows crossover. Wait, that would be so cool. I need to watch the show. I remember when I first moved into my new apartment, my roommate showed me a couple of the episodes because they were catching up on it, and I thought it was really funny. But I need to watch it from the beginning because I've seen the movie. And it was a really funny movie. Hope you're doing throat exercises. Oh yeah. My big exercise that I do before narrating each day is, I learned this from one of my friends and coworkers who kind of mentored me a few years ago as I was starting out, is that when you want to like loosen up your mouth and your jaw, you kind of have to do this thing where, or we at least do this thing where we go like ow, wow. We pretend that we're chewing on a really giant wad of bubble gum that's like too big for our jaw. And we go ow, 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 ow. And I do that for like a minute or two. And then I rub my hands together and I put them on my face and I rub them down my neck. And then I'm all warmed up and I'm ready to go. And of course I have a lot of water by my side too. But yeah, that's what's going on there. Busy but fun. The song was so good I had to share. I know, I never thought I would need a goth cover of Every Time We Touch, but I'm so happy that it exists. And made by fucking Dan Avidan of all people. Why aren't you covered in blood? I really need a blood. I need a. Or why are you covered in blood? This is my blood blanket today. I thought if we're gonna be playing a Monster Boy dating sim, we have to put on the blood blanket. It only makes sense. Yeah, and that's right. The real question is, why aren't you covered in blood? It looks like a ball dress. Thank you. It does. It does look like I'm going to the ball. The emo ball. I'm at the emo ball. My date is Gerard Way. Oh, that would have been like 15-year-old me's dream. Her hustlership, Lilith. I'm trying. I need to hustle, man. Life is tough out there. I need to hustle because I need to pay my rent and other expenses. But I also really, really want to do VTuber model. So it's going to happen. It's just going to take a lot of work on my part. But I'm not afraid of hard work. I may be lazy. I may be the laziest Lethal Company intern. But I'm not afraid of hard work. That's why I go to space and I pick up that scrap. It's in May. Okay, all right. May end up being kind of busy for me. May usually ends up being busy. But I hope you enjoy it. I'd really love to go to Offkai one day. I'd like to go as Lilith and just like run around on a little computer. Lilith, it's nice to have money. It certainly is nice. It's really nice to have money. I don't often have money, but at the end of these projects, I might actually have a tiny bit, which would be really nice. It's like one of my bosses messaged me the other day and was like, I saw you have all this going on. How are you holding up? And I'm like, I'm fine. Why do you ask? Stress hits weed pen. And hello, Jacob. Hello. Welcome. Dan Avidan, my beloved. If anybody is a good man for the job of making a goth cover of a Europop song, it's fucking him. I feel like he appreciates camp. Like, because that song is just so fucking campy and like European, and you like, a goth cover is like camp to the extreme, so he gets it. I said last night he's genuinely one of my favorite vocalists. I love the shit he does with his other band, Sky Hill. I need to listen to more of his music. I know he has a couple of bands, and he's a really talented musician, but I'll have to give him a listen more often. He's a good vocalist for sure. With a monster dating sim, there's only one question. Team Edward or Team Jacob? Team Edward all the way! I think I've talked about on stream before about when I was Team Edward as a kid. But of course, Team Edward! Vampires! The sensitivity. Sure, he murdered people, but like, what Moira? Definitely Team Edward. No, I was never Team Jacob. I mean, he's cute, he's got his thing going on, but the man imprinted on a baby, and that's kind of weird. It's kind of freaky. Black Parade, one of my favorite albums. I was in a VTuber stream the other night, and like a VTuber I like to watch sometimes, and we were talking about like the emo bands that we used to listen to, because I think he mentioned like All Time Low, and I was like, oh my god, I haven't heard that name in 87,000 years. If you can, it would be amazing, but please be kind to your wallet. I'm trying to be. You guys know I have terrible money management skills, but I'm doing the best I can. I've been good lately. I haven't been buying too many frivolous things. I've been saving aside for just, you know, essentials and cat stuff and all that goodness. But it's yeah. I'm gonna get myself out of this hole, don't you guys worry. And I also haven't been like completely gone from like VTubing stuff. I mean, I know I've been quiet, but I have been cooking a few things behind the scenes too. You guys should keep your eyes peeled for certain announcements maybe next week about a potential collab with a certain VTuber. Won't say any more than that, but it's going to be a good time, I can guarantee that. It's gonna be really fun, so I can't wait to announce it once things are finalized. But yeah, keep your eyes peeled for that. We got fun things cooking. Let her cook. Let me cook. Hey, why'd you throw an egg at me, Jacob? I wasn't talking about you, I was talking about Jacob from Twilight. You didn't imprint on a baby. At least not that I know of. Do we need to have a talk, Jacob? That's kind of freaky. TBH, I love Dan's music, Outside Ninja Sex Party. Really nice not having the sex jokes all the time lyrics. True, it's like I didn't even know he had another band besides Ninja Sex Party. So it's like I never really listened to Ninja Sex Party because like I'm not really one for like, I don't know if you'd call it novelty music, I guess, but just music where it's like all the songs are just like jokes. Really, the only band where I do listen to that kind of stuff is Ween, but they do have some serious songs, and even their joke songs are just like technically brilliant. So yeah, but I should listen to more of his music. I should listen to more of his serious music for sure. I got your picture, I'm coming with you, dear Maria, count me in. There's a story at the bottom of this bottle and I'm a pen. One of my best friends in college, actually, she went to the same high school as the guys from All Time Low. And she knew the teacher, actually, that the singer had written that song about. They have a song called Damned If I Do Ya, Damned If I Don't. It's actually kind of gross. I think it's about him, like, hooking up with, like, his teacher after he graduated or something. Really, really sus. But my friend knew, like, she knew the teacher. I don't know if she had her, but I was just like, well, was the teacher pretty? And she's like, yeah. But yeah, small world. I think they go to, like, they go to, like, a lot of football games, too, and I just think they see a lot of the students that go to that school. But yeah, God, All Time Low. I listened to them a lot in high school. Even back in high school, I kind of considered them a guilty pleasure band. Let Bunny cook, let Bunny cook, let Bunny cook the one-day blinding stew. I haven't given up on this yet. We're gonna make it happen. The bunnies are baking, the bunnies are baking. The bunnies are baking some cookies. They're baking cookies in the shape of Lilith and the other VTubers that I will be collabing with. I won't spoil their names yet. Gasp, Lilith Iron Mouse collab confirmed. Yeah, that's right. I really didn't want to spoil the surprise, but it's true. The rumors are true. I am the next guest on Speak of the Devil, and I'm going specifically to spread the good word about why Iron Mouse should eat microplastics, why she should eat the wax attached to Baby Bell cheese. I'm gonna be spreading all of the good gospel to Miss Iron Mouse. And I really can't wait for you guys to see that, man. Who would have thought? Who would have thunk a tiny ass VTuber like me would end up on Speak of the Devil? Only in my dreams. Only in my dreams. One of these days. One of these days. We're not gonna give up on that dream yet. I'd love to be on Speak of the Devil one day. But yeah, a mouse collab would be cool. That would be cool one day. We'll have a contest to see who's more gremlin. Actually, she might win. You don't know my life. Yes, I do. I do know your life, Jacob. I've seen all of your baking pictures. I know how far you are in Persona 3. I live in your walls. I know everything about you. I know everything about all of you. I live in your walls. I might need to live in your walls, actually, because there's work being done on the roof next to my apartment right now. Like today I almost had an oopsie. I was taking a shower, and whenever I finish my shower, I always open up like the window, just like a tiny crack, to like let a little bit of the steam out, because I love me a hot shower. But and today I did my usual thing, and I heard voices once I opened it, and I was just like, what? They sound really close. That's weird. I live on a pretty high floor. How would I be able to hear voices? And then I kind of peeked through the crack, and I saw there were a bunch of people on the roof, and I was like, oh God, if I had opened this window any higher than I did on this morning, a lot of people would get very embarrassed, I think. I would just pray nobody would have a phone camera. But thankfully I did not have an oopsie. Everything was okay. I managed to sneak away, but I'm just like, I've never seen people on that roof before. Yeah, so if you guys hear any like banging or sounds going on, it's coming from there. It was super loud right before stream, actually, because there was banging on the roof nearby, and then one of my neighbors set off their smoke detector, and that was beeping, and it was all going on while my starting screen was up, and I was just like, this is not this. This is not what I need right now. Everyone tell everyone you know about this. Yeah, spread the good word about my eventual appearance on Speak of the Devil. That's it. I'm bringing the All-American Rejects back. Move along, baby. The only song I knew by All-American Rejects is When You See My Face, hope it gives you hell, hope it gives you hell. If you find a man that's worth the damn, he treats you well, then he's just a fool, you are as well, hope it gives you hell. There's something about all those bands that are just incredibly nostalgic, because for me, the Holy Trinity was definitely My Chemical Romance, Fall Out Boy, and Panic at the Disco. But I listened to a lot of other bands, too. I think Amy Lee from Evanescence was like my bisexual awakening. I had a big-ass poster of her in my room, and my dad would comment about how pretty she was, and I'd be like, yeah, I know. No, Stu, Lilith, I'm gonna bonk you. Every time you bonk me, I will lose more brain cells, and it will make me want the blinding stew even more. So the joke's on you. Bonk me all you want, it'll only make me want the soup more. Well, hell, come on out of there. VTuber admitting to peeking at cracks, LewDuber confirmed. Cancel. What? I was the one without any clothes on. They would have been the creeps for looking at me. They were all fully clothed, wearing coats on the roof, and I think they're planning something up there. I don't know if they're planning to make it just like an accessible rooftop for the people that live there. But if they would have been the perverts, not me. I just wanted to take my fucking shower. I'm not the lewd one in this case. No, cancel. Damn, the All-American Rejects song I go to immediately is either Move Along or Dirty Little Secret. Oh, I know Dirty Little Secret too. That. I know that one. And hello, Agramoth. Welcome. Hello, sup? I Couldn't Stand Gives You Hell as a teen. I liked that song as a teenager, but now I can't really stand that song. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of emo bands that I just straight up can't really listen to anymore. Like fucking like Escape the Fate, or like any of the more like hardcore ones. I'm just like, this feels a little too cringe. I still on occasion listen to the Holy Trinity, but I really only listen to like the first 3 Panic at the Disco albums, and just like the early Fall Out Boy albums. I haven't really caught up with any of Fall Out Boy's new stuff. I kind of just like their pre-Believers Never Die work. Swing Swing for me. I don't know Swing Swing. I didn't really listen to too much All American Rejects. Pictured Lilith studying for the bar exam, so she is too smart for Stu. Me taking the bar exam, yeah, no. Yeah, throw a bar exam at me. It'll do the opposite effect of bonking me. I honestly don't think I would pass a bar exam, even if I did end up going to law school. Yeah, if I hear situations one more time, I think I'll just break my phone. Hello, Thurman. It's your first day of school. Situations are irrelevant now. That song was so dumb. Uh-oh, time for a wholesome pickup line of the day. Okay. Wholesome is fine. By any chance, are you a mathematician? Because I want to make you forget your ex and be the reason why. Swole will return with more wholesome pickup lines of the day. Sorry, while reading that my brain broke because the math was involved. But thank you for the wholesomeness. Unfortunately, my date today will only be a fictional character. But I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it for not being really out of pocket. So thank you, Swole Tadpole. Who hasn't had at least one more emo or nihilistic phase where you listen to music that makes you kind of cringe nowadays? The other day, I was like flipping through like Instagram reels when I was bored, and I found one where it was just like a picture. It was like a picture from a meme page, but now you can attach songs to Instagram photos, and it'll play like the whole song if like you don't like keep scrolling. And somebody attached like I'm Not Okay by My Chemical Romance to it, and I hadn't listened to that song in so long, but like I couldn't scroll past. I had to listen to the whole thing, and I was like, oh my god, I remember every single lyric. It has been so many years since I've listened to this song, and I didn't miss a single lyric. I can't remember anything I learned in math, but I remember every lyric on 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge. They still have a special place in my heart, even if they were very much like, you know, a product of their time. Some of the music is still pretty timeless to me. I can never bring myself to only ironically like them. I still ironically like MCR. But yeah, every now and then I will kind of get into that phase where I'll listen to some of the old music from high school and I'll just be like, nope, skip, I can't do it. This song is legitimately bad. And thank you for the head pat, Chick Proof. Swing Swings from their first album. Oh, okay, I see. That whole emo period of like 2002 to 2008, 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge, Black Parade, Fever You Can't Sweat Out, Pretty Odd, From Under the Cork Tree, all goated albums. They are. Those were all of my favorites. When I was in high school, I had a weird obsession with like collecting CDs for the bands I liked. Because I mean, it was pretty much past the point of anybody listening to CDs anymore. Like iPods existed, people were listening to music on like their phones. But I really wanted like the physical copies of these music. So I had like a whole shelf dedicated to like all of my CDs, and pretty much every single one of those that you just named, Jacob, was in my collection. I think Black Parade was like the first CD I got that like kickstarted my collecting of old emo band CDs. I wonder if I still have all of those at home. I probably do. They're probably all scratched up by now. But yeah, I think my favorite Fall Out Boy album is Folie à Deux. I unironically think that is like an amazing album. Like the songs are all so good, and the lyrics are really good, and in all those old Panic albums, the lyrics are really good. When Ryan Ross was still the writer for Panic at the Disco, the lyrics were always, like, excellent in those songs. Like, I'm Pretty Odd. Like, Mad as Rabbits, or, She Held the World. So good. Feel no shame, embrace the cringe. What do you think I have been doing? I've been doing that. I've been doing that since starting my streaming journey. We embrace all cringe here. You never really grow out that far out of emo. You just switch bands. Your girl here is in her late 30s and she just listens to newer groups like Icon for Hire, The Nearly Deads. Yeah, exactly. That's how it is for me too, Fluffy. It's like, I still, I guess, listen to like emotional, sad, like kind of music for outcasts and stuff, like emo music. But now it's just sort of turned into like, you know, sad girl music like Mitski, Phoebe Bridgers, Boy Genius. So it's still like, you know, emotional music for people who feel a lot of feelings. It's just kind of you switch out bands. Exactly. But on occasion, you can still go back and listen to those nostalgic tunes. And I still have a little bit of that emo kid in me. It's like I still wear a very heavy black eyeliner. I still color my hair crazy colors. Like, the emo kid never really left. She just grew up a little bit. She grew up a little bit and became a little less nihilistic. I was about to say became a little less angry, but that's not true. Cringe is only some other person's opinion of stuff they want you to shit on. Like, you like what you feel good about. Yeah, you like what you like and you feel good about it. Exactly. It's like that's one thing that I just love. I think that's the best piece of advice I've like gotten from like people that are a lot older. They're just like, you know, don't give a fuck about like what people's perceptions of you are and how they feel about your taste in things. Like, do what makes you happy. Listen to what makes you happy, and who fucking cares? It's like, it's not hurting them in any way to listen to this type of music or to still like collect plushies at like an adult age or anything. You know, cringe is subjective. Cringe is subjective. From my observed experience, the pipeline is mall goth, depressed mall by disaster, cottagecore. Pretty much, actually. I was a complete mall goth, like, and not even just like dressing up as one. I legit would like hang out at the mall all the time as a teenager with my friends. I was a total mall. I was a mall rat, mall goth in high school, or mall emo, I guess. And then as I got to college, I think I became more of like a hippie, I guess. I started listening to like more classic rock and some of the stuff that my friends listened to. So I still had the emo girl in me, but I was definitely more of like a hippie. But then like afterwards now, I would call myself maybe like pastel goth, I guess. I mean, I still do like to wear my dark colors and my red and black combinations, but I wear a lot of like pastel colors now and a lot of like skirts and cute cardigans. So yeah, I did prove your point, Jacob. Sometimes your emotions mature to different sounds. Exactly. It's like you like also you grow with your art, you know? And it has to do with like periods of your life. So it's like listening to a lot of those like emo bands in high school, they talked a lot about like issues that people deal with at that age. And then as you get older, it's like you listen to music that kind of aligns with your experiences more as an adult. And the sad girl music that I listen to right now definitely aligns a lot more with my adult experiences. Stranger in the Alps is such a good album. It is. Stranger in the Alps and Punisher. Oh, God, I fucking love Punisher. I think my favorite Phoebe Bridgers song is probably Halloween. I really want to do a cover of Halloween one day because the song is in my vocal range. But, yeah. I think that would be really fun to cover. I mean, I'll probably want to ask my friends who do music to do, like, the mix for me. And maybe I'd find, like, because she has Connor Oberst sing at the end of that song with her. So I'm like, ooh, I could get a guy to sing at the end of the song with me. So that would be fun. Replace bi with lesbian for me, and yeah. Bi disasters and lesbian disasters shaking hands. We are one. We are many. My entire outfit today is Hot Topic sourced, but to be fair, Hot Topic actually has good alt clothing options. They do. They do. I still have some clothes that I got at Hot Topic years ago that hold up. Like, I when I shopped there in high school, I had a lot of nice, like, pairs of pants and skirts there. And on the website, they have a lot of cute things, too. They have a nice Sanrio collection as well. I like Hot Topic clothes. I haven't been to a Hot Topic in a long time because I haven't seen one in a long time. I know they're all at malls, and I don't really have a mall close by. But, like, I'll have to go in next time, because it seems like now they don't have as much, like, Disney and meme shit as they used to, and they're kind of going more back to their roots with the goth stuff and the band stuff, so I'll have to check it out. Maybe I'll be able to actually find, like, Lilith's legitimate outfit in there. I feel like it wouldn't be hard. Check out our Kevin Smith bun here. I did study film. I still do most of my clothes shopping at Hot Topic for real. Most of my clothes, where do I get most of my clothes? Honestly, now I get most of my clothes from thrift stores, but there are a few shops that I really like. I like going to the sales rack at Urban Outfitters and getting stuff there because everything at that store is too expensive. But when they have good things on sale, you can find some gems in there. I like buying from a lot of independent artists and clothing makers now. That stuff is a little more expensive, but if I see something that I really, really want, I save up for it for a long time. Like those couple of cardigans that I have that are really pretty, I got from them. And those I saved up and bought for myself as a little treat. As a little Hanukkah treat. I went to a Hot Topic recently, didn't find any. I want no horror shirts. Well, I hope you find what you did want there. You could get the Lilith outfit there. We have it. I should then. Maybe I should go to Hot Topic just so I can buy a Lilith cosplay. Even if they don't have it in, like, the right length, I can always, like, chop it up. I used to do that a lot. I would turn a lot of shirts into, like, crop tops. You've seen Mallrats, the Kevin Smith film? I haven't seen Mallrats, but I've seen Yoga Hosers. Which I liked. Lumi and I joke about the Lilith cosplay tops we have. You know what we have to do? Now everybody has to go to Hot Topic. And then once I finally make my con appearance, we all appear, we all gather, and everybody is wearing the Lilith outfit. And we'll just be a whole army of Liliths. And yes, you guys do all have to attach big giant ears to yourself. That is non-negotiable. Damn, you guys have Lilith tops and I don't. I need to get one. Canadian Hot Topic is still all Disney and anime. Very little goth stuff that isn't NBC or Addams Family. Yeah, once I started going in Hot Topic and it was all just like Disney memes, NBC stuff, branded, I was just like, this wasn't what it used to be. It used to be a store for us little emo kids to hang out in for hours and annoy all the clerks. If you told me a couple years ago that my most dominant music genre would be K-pop, I would laugh you out of the room. It's fascinating where our tastes grow and diverge. I know, it's crazy. It's really crazy. I think definitely if I would have told my high school self, like the kind of music I was listening to now, she'd be like, what? Talking Heads? Father John Misty? You're listening to music that isn't extremely depressing? Huh? I'm happy with where I've gone, though, in my music journey. I'm down. Yes, let's do it. Let's do it. Catch me dripped out as Lilith with my crop top that does not even come close to fitting. That's okay. That's okay. We're all gonna look hot and sexy, so it's fine. It doesn't matter if it doesn't fit. It's fine. We're all gonna look good. We're all gonna look good. If you're dressed like me, you're gonna look good. The Disney branded stuff got moved to Box Lunch. That's fine. And I do kind of want to check out Box Lunch because they have like cute Sanrio things there. But a lot of the stuff at Box Lunch can be kind of expensive. I don't know. At least some of the brands that they have, like Loungefly. Like Loungefly has like a really cute cinema roll bag, but it's like 80 bucks. And I don't think it's that big, so I'm like, I don't know if it's worth it. Especially because it's a white bag and it's just gonna get dirty really quickly. I haven't been to a mall in a really long time though, so I haven't been to a lot of those like mall shops. I don't even know if I've ever stepped into a Box Lunch. I've seen a lot of like haul videos of people getting Box Lunch stuff, or people like that are sponsored by Box Lunch, people that get things shipped to them by Box Lunch. Saying that makes me hungry. Boxed lunch. I'm like, do they sell lunch there? No lunch to be found, only snackies. Yes, 45 streams down, infinity to go! To the moon, to infinity and beyond. Even if I haven't been having as many streams as before, we're still going, we're still kicking. I'm gonna try to fit in as many as I can this week. I'm hoping maybe on Thursday we'll have one. Friday I want to get back to Persona, maybe play some new horror games. If we end up finishing, if this demo ends up being like super short, then maybe we'll start another itch.io game too, because I have the game Aria's Story on here, which was made by Lydia, who is the creator of Midnight Train. And I'm just like, well, despite the ending, I really liked Midnight Train, so I think it'd be fun to play another one of her games. And since it's her second game, maybe the ending will be... Actually, I think this game has multiple endings, so it won't be a happily ever after ending. We might get one where everybody dies and it'll be really sad. Like what the Midnight Train ending probably should have been. Oh yeah, did you guys see Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door is, the remake is releasing on, I think, May 23rd? I'm super excited about that. I have to get it when it comes out. I think you can pre-order it now, so maybe I'll pre-order it when I get my next paycheck. But I really want it. I can't wait to play it on stream. I love that game so fucking much, and I can't wait to see how it looks on Switch. It's gonna be a good time. Oh, it's gonna be a good time. I mean, I know I already have a million RPG games I have to finish. But Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door, we gotta play it. We gotta fucking play it. We gotta do it. I'm trying to think if I have any stories from the weekend. Anything that may have happened to me. Princess Beach, let's go! Princess Beach, I'm coming! We get to do the Princess Peach levels when she's solid peach. Those were some of my favorite parts in the game to do, when you get to the peach level, the peach part of the game, and you just have her sneaking around the fucking X-Knock base, like making trouble, being mischievous, being a little naughty. I'm like, I love when they have Peach take action in these games. And she looks so cute in that game too. The Princess Peach design for Paper Mario 2 is probably like the cutest Peach design I've ever seen. She looks so adorable. That's right after Lilith's birthday, is it not? Yeah, it's 23rd, that is 10 days after my birthday. So yeah, that'll definitely be a fun post-birthday celebration thing to do. I'm really excited about it, yeah. That is gonna be a little after my birthday. I'm hoping that maybe we can have a birthday stream this year, because my birthday's on a Monday this year. And so I probably won't really have any plans that day, because my family usually likes to celebrate around weekends. So yeah, maybe that Monday I will end up. We'll see. I'll have to think of something fun and special to do that day, though. It can't just be like a regular stream. It has to be something special, something celebratory. Oh yeah, I do have a story from this weekend. It's not a very long story. It's more just it's a big Lilith moment. I mentioned it in my Discord server, but I went to a museum the other day, and I thought I looked really cute. I put on like a nice cute outfit, and I put on these tights. I was wearing shorts over them. And it wasn't until I got home that I realized I was wearing them inside out all day. Because when I got home, I laid back down in my bed, and I kind of like ran my hand like down, like on my tights, and I was like, these feel really soft. I don't remember these always feeling this soft. And then I realized that the outside part was like in, and then the soft woolly part was like out, and I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Is that why this collected so much cat hair, and why I had to run a lint roller through this for like 10 minutes before I left? Yeah, that's right. You guys can laugh. You guys can ha-ha at me. It's alright. It's pretty funny. So many Lilith moments these past few weeks. Breaking my toilet. Wearing my tights inside out. What's next? What's next? Guys, I'm not just a girl fail on stream. I'm honestly a girl fail in real life. All the time this shit happens. Oh, they were woolly tights. That's what's funnier. Yeah, get your laughs out of the way. Get them out now. I've already lived through the shame. Silly Wabbit. Silly Wabbit, tights are not for bunnies. Tights are not for bunnies. You already got fur. You already have something warming you up. Silly Wabbit. Silly Wilwith. I'm just Silly Wilwith. Me Wilwith. Bye, disaster. What did I say? Is this really my reputation? This is really my reputation. It's like when the toilet broke. Whenever I told somebody, they were always like, what did you do? And I'm like, you automatically assume that it was my fault. And well, I mean, it was my fault. But you didn't have to automatically assume that. I'm saving my laughs for later. Yeah, when you need a good laugh, if you're ever having a rough day, just, think that there is an 85% chance that I am embarrassing myself at that very moment that you are feeling bad. In that very moment, think about what I'm doing to embarrass myself. Think about me slipping on a banana peel in the sidewalk. Think about me falling down the stairs. Think about me wearing my clothes inside out. And you'll feel better. You'll just feel a lot better, trust me. Could be like, hell, at least I'm not Lilith today. It's not your fault, Lilith. The toilet was just too weak to handle your high score. That's the other fucking thing, too! Everybody think it has to do with pooping. It didn't have to do with that. And nobody believes me. It had nothing to do with my high score. It had nothing to do with my morning violence. It was a completely unrelated accident. How dare you accurately assume things about me? How fucking dare you? How dare you? Everybody's so mean to me. Maybe I should just move off to a farm. I'm just gonna move off to a little cottage in the middle of the woods. I'll dig a little hole underground, and I'll become one with the mole people. And none will ever see me again. The sun will never see me again. Is that what you want? Is it? Thank you for the hydrate, Redeem. I need to hydrate after all these tears. Lilith butt too destructive. It's too destructive because it's too fucking bony. It's too sharp. It's too sharp, it causes hairline cracks. I assume you were standing on it with your weed pen. Why would I bring my weed pen to the bathroom? Only in public restrooms. Single stall. You know, high on pot. Technical foul. Complete the cottagecore pipeline. Hello, Blauvin. Hello, hello. You all will never hear from me again. I will be a cottagecore mole person. Mole rabbit. That's what I'll be. And now we've arrived at the cottagecore swamp lady. Listen, in Lilith's when I was really going through it in 2022, I had a couple of moments where I seriously considered, actually, legitimately, going feral and running off into the woods. Just ripping off all my fucking clothes, growing my hair out long, letting out a banshee scream, and running off into the woods to be feral. And to, like, eat tree bark and shit. And I didn't end up resorting to that. Because I guess I have a little bit of sense, a little bit of saneness somewhere in the corners of my brain. But I didn't end up doing that. And somehow I'm still here in a city instead, where I'm stressed all the time. So in Lilith's lore, I made sure that she was the one who ran off to be feral in a graveyard. She originally lived in a city, but she was too much of a girl fail for it. And then a terrible accident happened that caused her to become a ghost. And then she realized she was a Yurei who couldn't pass on to the afterlife when she woke up in the graveyard, and she was just like, whatever, I'm gonna fucking make the best of it out here in the graveyard, and I'm gonna be real feral. And then she grew her hair out really long, and she changed her outfit and everything, and then she made a big old tree house in that graveyard. So yeah, Lilith is living my dreams of being feral out in the wild. Because I never ended up doing that. When the domesticated animal says they're moving to a farm upstate, it takes it on a different context. You guys said Lilith went to a farm. We said a lot of things, honey. And hello, Lumi. Hello, hello. New command, toilet destruction. I was adjusting the lid. The lid, the lid, the lid, the lid, the lid, the lid, the lid. That was my command. That was my command. And it did have to do with the lid. It had nothing to do with shitting. Despite what you all think. Why am I being bonked? What did I do? That's some real American shit. We couldn't do that in the UK. All we have is a couple of forests and some hills. Run off into the forest, or be a feral person in the hills. Be feral in the hills. That works too. Anywhere in the wild you can be feral. That's okay. Oh, thank you for the head pad, and hello, Alyssa. Welcome, welcome. So good to see you. Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. You know, I've sometimes tuned into your streams, and I just noticed you have no neck. I have no neck? That's okay. I don't abide by the laws of physics. I'm built different. I am also a chibi. Hehe. Toilet just couldn't suck him down anymore, but salute. Why doesn't anybody believe me? I swear to God. I swear to God, it had nothing to do with that. I know the cheese man haunts me in my dreams every single night and causes me to wake up having to commit a little bit of morning violence, but it had nothing to do with that. Not this time, at least. Not this time. I believe you. Thank you! Thank you, Alyssa and Lumi, for believing me. Somebody has to. Somebody has to. Even my own father was trolling me. He was sending me pictures of waterfalls because I had to stay in my apartment and I couldn't pee for a long time. Me own father. I'll take it back if she can survive a week without internet and AC. I always forget that, you need to forego these things if you're gonna run off and be a fair lady in the woods. It's okay! Because I'm gonna run off to the woods where it's always cold. Internet? No, I can't live without the internet. I can't. Anytime I try to do cleanses, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. The only time I'm, like, not checking social media, like, on my downtime is, like, if I found a game that I'm really, like, hooked on and I can't put it down. But that still involves internet. A whole week without games? Or anime? Or movies? It's fine. I'm gonna bring wires with me. I'll bring wires and I'll attach them to a potato, and I'll be able to make a computer with internet access that way. You should get the pushover plunge? What's the pushover plunge? What is that? Is that like the polar plunge? LMAO, your dad is funny. That's where I get it from. That's where I get it from. My dad is really funny. He's one of the funniest people I know. Even though he trolls me sometimes. Lilith will get bored in an hour and then want to go home. Why are y'all reading the shit out of me today? I mean, everything's true. But I'm being read for filth. I'm being read for filth. I don't know about internet, but living without AC is pretty easy if you've never known it. Ugh. I need AC. I hate sweating and I hate hot weather, which is why if I were to run off into the woods, it would be somewhere where it's always cold, where it's always freezing, where the wolves come out at night. Get Lilith some Starlink or satellite internet connection. Get me one of those, yeah, get me a satellite. Get me a big old dish. Get me a big old dish satellite that I can attach to my head. That I can attach to my head. And when I walk around, it'll look like a funny little hat. Musk can hook her up. He would most certainly not. He would look at me and be like, "Go away, poor." And then he would run over me with his Cybertruck. Lilith, just connect to the ghost internet. Yeah, no, I have ghost Wi-Fi. I run on I run on Booyular. I live in a desert, so I need AC. I live somewhere where it gets very fucking humid in the summer, so opening a window doesn't help when it gets that hot. I need AC. I am miserable when it's really hot. Been living in Seattle for almost 5 years without AC. I mean, I don't think you need it quite as much in Seattle, because usually when it's warm there, it's more of like a dry heat. It's like, I can live without the AC if like the heat is kind of like dry and not too sticky, but like summers where I am, it is not a dry heat. It is soup. It is literal soup. And I get miserable in soup. It sets off my migraines really badly. And my cat doesn't really like it either. So AC is a must. It's an absolute must. Hanging up a moist towel in front of your windows works wonders. I mean, have I ever done that before? I may have. I find little ways to like cool myself down in the summers when I don't have AC. Ooh, thank you for the soup. Yum 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 yum. We got hot soup today. We got hot forest soup made with mushrooms from the forest, where I will go feral completely. Somewhere cold where the wolves come out. Lilith wants to move to Canada, it sounds like. There have been times where I've debated moving to like Toronto at some point in my life, but I don't know. I feel like it would be too complicated to get like all the visas together and everything, because I love Canada. Canada's a great place. But I don't know. I don't know what the visa situation is like if you're gonna be moving into the middle of the woods in a hole. Ew, girl cooties. Elongated muskrat. He looks at me with his big recently divorced energy, and he goes, "Girl cooties. Poor girl cooties, go away." I grew up without AC. I prefer AC. I much prefer it. It's like if I have to, I can live without it, but I so much more prefer it. The only thing that I don't prefer about it is how it makes my electric bill go way the fuck up in the summer. I do not prefer that. That's not really fun. I'll smuggle you in next time I visit. I'll crawl into my bag and I'll clear off my couch until you're on your feet. I could probably fit in there. Just make sure you leave it open a tiny bit so I can breathe. I mean, granted, it'll only get worse, but still, unless you live in hot areas like the US and the southern states, I feel like you don't necessarily need it. Yeah, I mean, I guess in certain situations I don't like need it, and it does depend in the world where you are, but where I am, I kind of need it. But speaking of hot, why don't we get into this hot game today? Let's do it. We're gonna be playing Touch Starved, yeah. And it's just a demo today, so I really don't know how long it's going to be, but I'm excited. Okay, let me boot this up. Okay. Monster Boy dating game, woohoo. Do they have a category for this, or would I put it under games and demos? Oh, they do. Okay, cool. beans, cool beans, cool beans. So yes, thank you to Cast Iron for suggesting this to me. I'm really excited to play it. If I bark it all today, I guess I give you guys some permission to bonk me or whatever. My bag is old and ratty. It already has breathing holes for you. Thank you. I'll do my best to camouflage. Is this a spicy game? Yeah, I think this is supposed to be spicy. I don't think it's supposed to be NSFW or anything, but it looks fun. And there's supposed to be like horror and gothic elements to it, which I feel like is very fitting for the things that we've talked about on stream today. So let's do it. Finally, I'm gonna riz someone. I'm finally gonna get a date. It's about time. Oh yeah, there are disclaimers. Definitely some content warnings here. There's going to be some mature subject matter. Incoming Lilith Catboy romance! Ooh, or Carboy romance. That sounds kinky. Yeah, there better be a fucking Catboy in this game. Streamers and content creators should turn music volume to 0 to disable copyright. Oh, shit. Okay, okay. Hang on. How do I get back to the main menu? Alright, wait, let me reopen this game. I'm gonna reopen it, because I gotta turn down the music volume so I don't get a copyright strike. Let's see. Oh, hang on, gotta put the game back on here. There we go. Mature subject matter indeed. Oh, look at these fine gentlemen. Look at these fine gentlemen. It's about time I finally got a goddamn date around here. All right. We gotta turn the music volume down to 0 so we don't get a copyright strike, unfortunately. That's kind of annoying, but, what can you do? I guess. Oh, I kind of liked the music too. All right. I'm guessing that the copyright music is the Dan Avidan song. So yeah, if you guys want to listen to the song for this game, then it's by Dan Avidan. You can find it in you can find a link to it in my Discord server. Lily can sing the entire time for music. Ooh, don't stop me. I'll do it. I'll fucking do it. Very much annoying. The main music soundtrack was dope. I know. It was pretty dope. I'm too gay for this, but I will respectfully vibe. Yeah, come vibe with us. I actually think one of them is supposed to be non-binary because I saw, when I was looking at the Kickstarter, one of them had they pronouns. So, yeah. But yeah, I hope you enjoy and vibe nonetheless. At least they warn and give opinions. Yeah, thank God. Also, I think you can choose to be a boy in this game too, so you can end up being gay. Pretty sure this chat wouldn't stop you from singing ever. Thank you. Touch Starve is intended for an older audience. It contains mature content that includes, but is not limited to, horror, graphic violence, strong language, alcohol, drug references, injury, and dismemberment. Okay. If any of you have a squeamish stomach, I understand if you do not want to watch. Also, I mean, my stream is 18 plus anyway, so I'm going to assume that all of us are 18 or older here. If you accept the content warning, please click to proceed. Click. All right, we've got a lot of options here. In Touch Starve, your choices matter. The decisions you make may result in unique dialogue, interactions, or even choices in red text, which include exclusive content. Try playing through the demo more than once and choosing different options. You might even uncover a secret ending. And remember, there are no wrong choices, only interesting ones. Choose wisely and save often. All right, I know how to play a visual novel. Around here. This ain't my first rodeo. Because I gotta be a self-insert here. Lilith just sings the Halo theme for the entire playthrough. I just sing the Dune soundtrack. Oh yeah, they do let us choose our pronouns. Cool. Okay. I'm just gonna choose she, her, just so we can pretend this is me. But it is cool that you got the option that you can do he, him, or they, them. I like that they included that. Good on you, game. Thank you. Genuinely interested, would someone get an adult content warning for Twitch if the streamer declared it 18 plus? I mean, I'm not sure. I need to figure out how that works. This world began to unravel long before you were born. It began with fogfall. Spectral mist bled from the seams where reality wore so thin it split. And from that fog emerged monsters, inhuman beings with unnatural powers. Some possessed language and intellect, others were mindless beasts driven by little more than the desire to slaughter. As cities fell and unrest spread, humans united in their fear while monsters thrived in the chaos. And then there's you. And then there's Lilith. I was thinking she'd sing the Legend of Zelda theme. Alright, well, you guys are gonna have to get used to hearing me sing it in a really, really bad voice. You're not even sure if you're human. You were born cursed, with hands that alter the minds of anyone you touch. Choose your backstory. Huh? Hands? You don't know what I have under these sleeves. Okay, we have an origin we can choose. Ooh, this kind of reminds me of Fear and Hunger, where you choose like a class. Okay, we have the Unnamed, the Hound, and the Alchemist. So the Unnamed, you were raised as an oracle in a remote temple. The priest claimed your touch bestowed enlightenment, but visiting a mage revealed her curse for what it is. Following the mage's word, you fled in search of the cenobium. You regularly experience unnatural premonitions that rattle your body and soul. An innate sixth sense gives you a heightened awareness of hidden supernatural presences around you. Ooh, that sounds cool. The Hound, you were raised by society's outcasts, criminals who accepted you when nobody else would. Your partner in crime, a friend since childhood, helped you steal enough money for a cure, then betrayed you. Top 10 anime betrayals. They left you with only enough coin to travel to the cenobium, your last hope. You have sharply honed social intuition. You can survive and even thrive in the violent underbelly of any city, using your experience with the underworld to get ahead. Okay, that sounds interesting. That does sound interesting. Lilith could sing the song that doesn't end. There you go. This is the song that never ends. It just goes on and on and on. That fits perfectly with the tone of this game, actually. Yeah, this does look really neat. I think this is super cool. The last one we got is the Alchemist. As exiled cenobium mage took you as a child, raising you as her apprentice, she seemed to take pity on your curse, but you discovered that she was cultivating you as a test subject. You fled to the cenobium, seeking a cure. You're an experienced spellcaster with encyclopedic knowledge of alchemy, spellcraft, and history. With a little observation, you can identify the subtle effects of magic. These all sound really cool, actually. I mean, my eye is kind of going towards the Unnamed, because the idea of the sixth sense and the heightened awareness of supernatural, that sounds very appealing to me. It sounds very appealing and enticing and interesting. What do you guys think? What's speaking to you guys? I think I might want to choose this one. But if chat wants me to choose a different one, then we can do that. Ain't nothing but a hound dog crying all the time. The Hound. The Hound, like in Game of Thrones. Alright, I think I'm gonna choose the Unnamed. I think that one sounds the coolest. I also like the idea of having a sixth sense. Something about that is just very, very alluring. Let's do it. I hope we can still hear some kind of sound, though. Do what you like. Thank you. Do what you want, 'cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate. Your name is Lilith. You selected she, her pronouns. Your backstory is the Unnamed. Is this correct? Absolutely. All right. Bring on the goth boys. Come on. Where are they? I'm waiting. Bring on the male wives. The wasteland stretches as far as the eye can see. There's nothing out here but death, the ever-present stench of decay, and countless sun-bleached bones cast like seeds across the barren land. I could say death doesn't scare me. But to tell the truth, I'm desperate. It's been 2 weeks since I joined a caravan bound across the wastes. Finding a group that would accept me was a trial in itself. Just like real life. As rations grew sparse and my canteen ran dry, I began to despair. But then I saw it. Oh, hello, blind screaming man. Hello, hello. It is me, the small gremlin. You and your damn male wives. Some things never change. Listen. Ooh, that's a nice looking city. Iridia, the city of knowledge. One of the last bastions of humanity left in the world and home to the famous academy called the Cenobium. Oh, I have to go to school? I thought I was an adult here. All the world's knowledge gathered in one place. If there's anywhere I'll find a cure for my curse, it's there. Please tell me I don't have to become a student. All that stands between me and a cure is a final stretch of salt-soaked wastes. Or so I think, until I see the first tendrils of fog snaking beneath the wagon. Tendrils! I love that word. Is this Fogfall? Your sixth sense is that you can detect when M. Night Shyamalan is about to throw in the plot twist. That's not a sixth sense, that's just common sense. I wonder if these male wives will be guilty of a horrible crime worthy of death by train. Death by midnight train going anywhere. The awful crime of perjury. My stomach sinks at the very whisper of it. A silent storm more devastating than fire. Dangerous in cities, but a death sentence beyond them. This just looks like the Midwest. A thick blanket of fog engulfs us, smothering out the lantern's light. The wagon lurches to a stop. An eerie silence, heavy as the mist falls over us. The only warning we get is a strangled scream. Stay back! No! The cry dissolves into wet gurgling. Alright, we're going by New York City rules here, as in mind your business. Don't get involved, because you don't want to get eaten. It's time for knowledge. Yeah, I've reformed from male wives. I've decided to follow a more academic path now. They were bred the whole time. World is bred. I knew it. With arms wide open under the sidelight, welcome to this place. I'll show you everything with arms wide open. I'm guessing that's a song reference. Lilith gets her first assignment. No! I'm out of here. I'm out of here if they make me go to school. Alright, well, at least we get some sounds here. Then the wagon violently pitches to the side. I hit the ground hard, the air punched from my lungs. Hey, why'd you egg me? What'd I do? When I opened my eyes, adrenaline lent sudden, awful clarity to the carnage around me. Also, any lady lovers here, don't worry. We'll also be playing lots of visual novels in the future with some female love interest too. I am the bi-disaster overall. A trader I once shared bread with lies face down in the mud, their back reduced to long strings of torn muscle, gleaming gristle, and exposed bone. Bodies litter the wasteland. I try to rise, but my ankle explodes with pain so blinding, white blooms across my vision. Only when my eyes adjust do I see the dark shape in front of me. Ooh! Is this one of our Monster Boy bachelors? Would you guys? Would? Would? I like all of his eyes. You don't know Creed? Nah, I don't really listen to Creed. I unfortunately don't know that song. I'm sorry. Big Poggers, Big W. Yeah. I know we got a lot of lady lovers in chat, so you guys will get your turn to thirst too. Don't worry. Would. I knew some of you guys would. This is the monster fucking game after all. A soulless stoops over the twisted form of a caravaner. I freeze, but it swivels its head. A dozen bulging eyes twitch in my direction and blink as one. That's hot. The soulless lets out an ear-splitting shriek and runs at me. But right before it reaches me, the beast barrels past, vanishing into the mist. Distantly, A horse screams in the dark. I need to move now. It's just Bojack. Oh, where do we go? We got an option. Do we run for the city or do we head towards the wagon? What do we do? Do you think the city is gonna have what we're looking for, or should we go get help from Mr. Wagon Man? I ain't gay what I would. I'm not gay, but $20 is $20. Now, the real question is, will we get to play games where one can rizz up a thick lady? That would be the most fluffy thirst inducing. Absolutely. Absolutely. We will not discriminate here. Okay, head towards the wagon? All right, yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I want to know who's in that wagon. That's hot. She knows no shame. I'm cringe, but I'm free. We're heading towards the wagon. I take cover beside the wagon where the air is thick with greasy smoke. Fire eats through the gaping hole, spluttering where lantern oil mixes with brackish water. Every person I see is dead or dying, except one. Oh, All-Mother, forgive our sins. Guide us onto your hearth. We are worthy. We are worthy. A traveler grovels by the flames, their hands clasped above their head in fervent prayer. I glance upwards, towards the gauzy lights of Iridia just visible where the fog runs thinnest. I don't pray, not anymore, but the sight of the city is all the reminder I need. I came too far to die here. Rapid footsteps echo all around me. I turn in circles, frantically searching the opaque mist for the source. But the fogfall twists and stretches sounds. There are a lot of really good imagery here in the narration. Suddenly, the caravan's driver bursts forth from the fog. Our eyes meet too late. Let's see him. Let's see him. Owie! What the fuck? He hit me! Wagging these nuts, yeah. He slams into me, knocking me to the ground, and slips in a patch of mud. The Solus falls on him as soon as he slows. It catches the driver by the throat and rakes his stomach with razor-sharp claws. Okay, well, I guess that wasn't one of our options. He comes apart like wet paper, spilling intestines and viscera in a steaming tide. Ew! Fighting the urge to leave, I claw frantically through the slippery muck for a handhold. Shit! Uh-oh. My hand catches on the jagged edge of a rib jutting up from the water. Bandages unfurl around the gouge torn deep into my palm. Yeah, that doesn't look too good. The pain is quickly forgotten when a hand closes around my wrist. Who is it gonna be? Kinky. Yeah, what kind of freaky shit are these people into? Can you stand? The praying traveler leans over me. We need to run. Are you one of my options? I didn't see you on the cover. Hell of a first date. I did say in my Discord server I'm not looking for a date because I already got one with Satan. Yeah, we're the Satan boys. You don't look like a Satan boy. They reach for my hand, and I realize too late that my bandages have come undone. Oh yeah, they can't touch us. No, don't touch me. The sensation of their thumb brushing the back of my hand sends a shiver down my spine. All it takes is one touch. 'Cause every time we touch, I get this feeling. And every time we kiss, I swear I could fly. What? That's the song for this game. And in the space of a breath, my curse takes hold. Ooh. I'm not interested anymore. I'd like this date to end. I want to go home, Mom. Their lips peel back in a deranged grin. No, I've seen this face countless times before. This is my curse. Madness of my own making. Wait, are you kidding me? So if we can't touch anybody, how are we we gonna get anything done in this game? Are we not allowed to touch any of our goth boy lovers too? What the fuck? Is this gonna be like a Pushing Daisy situation where every time I kiss one of them, we have to put like plastic in between us? Their grip on my hand tightens until pain radiates from my knuckles. Let me go. Suddenly, clammy hands crush my throat, choking off my breath. Did I get a bad ending already? I don't think this is supposed to be a bad ending. Can't touch this. Beanie, 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 can't touch this. Excuse me, Lilith, what was that laugh? It's a possessed person's laugh. Let me do my funny laughs. These are my yandere laughs. Well, time to use the knife, lol, joking. I'm not joking. This guy, it's far too late for him. I think we gotta kill him. The twist is the date candidates are already insane. Actually, honestly, I think they are. Die. Die, 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 die. Spit bubbles at the corners of their mouth and flex my face. The edges of my vision darken as my lungs scream for air. What do? Do we fight him or do we... Well, we can't really scream. He's kind of has our hands around our throat. So maybe we should fight him? I think we should fight him. I kind of want to fight him. I think screaming's going to be useless in this situation. We're already being choked. Lilith knows Pushing Daisies. Yeah, no, it's such a cute show. I loved those kind of quirky shows from like the mid to late 2000s. Looks like we gotta kill this guy, Steven. Damn. That's one of my favorite memes. Reaper's new ultimate sounding kind of weird. Alright, well, I'm of the mind that we gotta fight. I'm ready to fight. My nails gouge deeply into the traveler's wrist, but no matter how much blood I draw, they don't flinch. Jesus Christ, what kind of power is this? Were we born with this? The more I struggle, the tighter their grip grows. My pulse hammers in my ears, slowing with each thudding beat. We gotta kill this guy, Steven. This can't be happening. I'm going to die. And not because of the fog fall or the soulless, but because of my own curse. How poetic. Tears sting my eyes. No, 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 not here. Not like this. The hands drop from my neck, leaving me wheezing for air. My lungs burn with each ragged cough. My vision clears, and the traveler's face takes shape, hovering inches from mine, their lips still split in that macabre smile, even as blood seeps between their teeth. He's like, no, it's not your time yet. You're so violent, Lilith. Yeah, I am. Maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a wee bit bloodthirsty. They give one last shuddering breath, then slump over the claws hooked through their stomach. Ooh, who came to our rescue? Oh, I knew you had feelings for me, Mr. Lizard Man. What's your name? The Soulless? All right, well, we'll work on it, but thank you. The Soulless shoves the body aside, and the glowing eyes studding its leathery thin skin thin as though grinning. Ooh, nice crunching noise. There's a flash of claws. Red spills my vision. I thought there'd be pain, but as I sink into the murky water, all I can feel is the grit of silt filling my mouth and the icy embrace of shallow water. Distantly, I notice an arm resting atop among an outcrop of reeds. Mine, neatly severed at the elbow. Oh, we got eaten. It should have taken both arms. Without them, maybe I could have survived. Maybe I could have had a home. Guys, we need to call Marcel so she could put my arm back on. Or maybe Fallen. I think Fallen would do a better job than Marcel would. Instead, I'll die cold, alone, and face down in a desolate wasteland. I haven't even met any of the Menses yet! A fitting end for a monstrosity like me. What the fuck? Did I get a bad end? I feel like this is way too early. If this is death, it's not as bad as I feared. The cold is gone. as is the choking stench of bog water. I almost read that as bong water, and I'm like, yeah, bong water is pretty stinky. I could drift forever, cocooned in oblivion, until all thought and sensation vanished. No curse, nobody howling at me in madness and terror. Nothing at all. The thought has a terrible appeal to it. But in the next moment, I take a reflexive breath. Air pours into my lungs, then out again in a ragged gasp. New poll! What is this? Soulless? Oh. Easy, Smash. Easy. Give me a harder one next time! Yeah, that's right. Everybody knows who to vote for here. Feeling comes flooding back. Warm cloth on my bare skin. A firm surface underneath me. A strange tang of sulfur in the air. Do not be afraid. Biblically accurate angel? Did you come to rescue me? Maybe I should save. I know they told me to save often. Guys, I'm being rescued by a biblically accurate angel. Would you guys date a biblically accurate angel? Oh. Well, I guess I must have gone to heaven. 'Cause you do look like an angel. I twist my head towards the voice. Tears flood my bleary vision at the bright glow of lamplight. Try not to move. The voice is calm, steady, and commanding. But more importantly, it's a stranger's voice. One thought cuts through my mental fog. I have no idea who this is, and I'm completely at their mercy. And I'm completely fine with that! Smash! Stay away from me. No, that's not what I'd say in this situation! My words come out in a little more than a creaky whisper. I clamp my mouth shut, hating how weak and helpless I sound. No. No? Who the hell is this? Oh, I like him. He does what he wants. Alright, should I sit up or should I... kind of want to listen to him. I'm lying back down. I let my head slump back against the thin pillow, wincing when the motion jolts my head. Ah, a cooperative patient. Thank you. The words swim in one ear and out the other without much comprehension. I pull the sheet up higher, wiping my eyes until my vision clears. I mean, the outfit makes them look a little too much like a Genshin character, but it still would. Well, seeing as how biblically accurate angel sizes are incomprehensible, I don't know. Well, this guy, he's quite comprehensible. The stranger towers over my prone form. Oh, and he's tall, too. Warm light reflects off his pristine medical coat. I instinctively shrink back, and that's when I notice that I'm completely naked except for a thin linen sheet. Oh, God, it's just like the shower situation from earlier today. Okay, I don't really like that he unclothed me while I was sleeping. That's a little weird. Naked, lying on a low cot, with a pair of sharp golden eyes watching my every move. This man's gaze flickers to my exposed, unbandaged hands. Wait, how is he able to touch me? He's definitely supernatural. I plunge my hands under the sheet to hide them from sight, though it's too late. He must have noticed what they look like. Bunny paws! Strange. Cursed. Inhuman. They are describing my actual hands. Gasp neckies. Yeah, we're necky. We're big necky. Very sus. Why did you do that, hot doctor? Oh no, it seems I'm necky. Whatever shall I do? I'm completely helpless. I brace myself for his inevitable suspicion and disgust, but his expression doesn't even flicker from that courteous smile. He just watches in placid silence as I struggle to make sense of my surroundings. Where am I? Who are you? Be calm. You're safe here. Whoever this is, he clearly has no idea who or what I am. I've never been safe anywhere. With anyone. Hello, We're playing Touch Starved. It is a Monster Boy dating sim. Don't ask. But welcome on in. Hello, good to see you. I hope you're doing well, Miss Lady. Kick him in the dick, that always works, eh? Let me hear him out first. Let me hear him out. There's sure to be a logical explanation for this. Lilith, you are adorable. Not bonkable yet. Not quite bonkable just yet. Girl, that arm isn't even my top 10 weirdest things that I've ever seen. We were literally just out with a monster that has a bunch of eyes on his body. I feel like this is probably the least weird thing he's seen all day. I promised I played weirder dating sims. Oh, I have too. I've played a lot. Even the shrine of my childhood, the one sanctuary I ever knew, turned out to be a horrific lie. I scowl, pulling the sheet protectively around myself. Hi, Jen. Lilith being lewds. Yeah, maybe a little bit, but listen, when you're lonely for a long time, this becomes your option. Where are my clothes? The man's golden eyes narrow slightly. A sharp sigh rustles the paper in his hands. I see you are not to be dissuaded. Your clothes were torn to shreds when I found you, but I procured replacements. All right, so he didn't undress us himself, so he's off the sus list. I mean, he could have put our new clothes back on, but maybe he just wanted to, ask first before doing that. Nice little office you got here, though. This is cute. I like this background. With a soft creak, he stands from his chair, giving me a better view of my surroundings. I seem to be in some sort of medical clinic. Bottles of silvery alchemical concoctions line the counter in neat rows. The air makes my nose twitch, a faint whiff of smoke and something distinctly metallic that I can't quite place. The doctor produces a large, dense bundle of cloth, which he sets at the foot of my cot. He's easily a head taller than most, and I have to crane my neck to look at him. Oh, he's tall. He's tall. Oh. What do you think? I want to be nice to him. He's really cute. But, I don't know. Maybe we don't want to change in front of him? Missed you guys. Hope you're well. I hope you're well too. We've missed you here too, Jen. I gotta get you back on here soon. Backsplash could use a little glamming up. Yeah, it looks a little bit dusty in here. Alright, yeah, let's be nice to him. I'll thank him for saving me from, myself, I guess. Thank you. I should be polite if I can, especially since I don't know who this is, what he can do, or what he wants from me. Meeting his gaze sends a hot frisson? I don't know how you pronounce that, down my spine. Something about him nags at me, like a half-formed memory I can't place. Thank you. You're welcome. I will leave you to get dressed. Oh my god, look at his fucking smolder. And his long-ass hair. God, I think his hair is longer than mine. More Jen streams. Woo! Yeah, Lilith Jen streams coming soon. Yeah, Jen, I have to get in touch with you about, an idea. With a curt nod, he leaves through a narrow door. Honey, lots of people want to meet his gaze. They sure do. I hear a soft click as the lock turns behind him. I want to meet his gaze. I count to 3 in the sudden silence. When I don't hear any more footsteps, I reach for the bundle of clothes. An itch on my elbow stops me short. I reach down absently to rub at it, then freeze when my fingers meet a neat line of stitches. I know what I saw. That beast took my arm clean off. Oh, he sewed my arm back together. I don't know. I don't think it works that way. But, I mean, there seems to be a lot of supernatural things in this world, so maybe I ought to suspend my disbelief a little bit. And yet my arm shows no sign of injury apart from the back stitches poking through my skin. I gingerly flex my fingers, feeling my heart race at the sensation. This is impossible. I should be dead, or at the very least, gasping out my last breaths. I squeeze my eyes shut, waiting for the pleasant dreams to unravel, to wake out bleeding out in the swamp. But nothing happens. The seconds tick by, and my arm remains resolutely healed, my surroundings pristine and quiet. Magic! Magic and imagination! Is this that male gaze I've heard so much about? This game is for the male gaze, and when I say male gaze, I mean, you know. Oh, he has sewing skills too. I know. He could be perfect male wife material, actually. He sews. Maybe he does good housework. Ooh. That beast is me before my SPF. Me before I put on my retinol at night. In numb disbelief, I reach for the replacement clothes and begin stiffly pulling them on. They're thicker and warmer than mine were, with a black woolen cloak to go with them. But there's one thing still missing. My bandages. These clothes are ugly. I don't want to wear these. The golden-eyed man didn't leave me with any, even though I know he saw my hands. Yeah, he sewed them back onto your fucking arm. I slide off the bed and take a few unsteady steps towards one of the drawers. If this is indeed a doctor's clinic, there must be some bandages somewhere. I start opening drawers at random, and of course, that's when the door swings open once more. You looking for something? I whirl around, clutching a thick roll of clean bandages. I try to step back from him, but my legs bump up against the edge of the cot. Oh, I'm just so weak. I don't think my little womanly brain is gonna be able to comprehend putting these bandages back on my arm. I think I need you to do it, Uwu. Your caution is understandable, though if I meant you any harm, you would know. Oh, is that a threat? That doesn't make me feel better in the slightest. But he makes no move towards me, so I quickly wind the bandages around my hands. The glowing scars and mottled skin disappear under a layer of clean white cotton. OMG, I'm just so clumsy. I'm just so clumsy. I'm so frail and tiny and clumsy. I just blow away with a little bit of wind. God, I sound so pathetic. May I ask why you need additional bandages? I clench my jaw. I knew it would only be a matter of time before he asked about my hands, though the way he does it is strangely roundabout. What do we do? What do we do? Wait. Two of these are literally the same thing. To say nothing or decline to answer? Isn't that kind of the same thing? I don't want to glare at him. Dork. Dorks. I am a dork. I've always been a dork. Maybe we just... Say nothing is more of an answer than decline. Alright, let's say nothing to him then. Say nothing or tell him to F off? Alright, I'm just gonna say nothing. You don't need to know about my private life. I'm not at that level with you yet. You haven't even taken me out for dinner, sir. There's no answer I could give without raising unwelcome suspicion, so I just shake my head and finish tying the bandages in silence. I can only help if you tell me what ails you. An involuntary snort of laughter escapes me. Where would I even begin? Would he even believe me if I told him? Yeah, if I met like a hot person that had just taken me in to take care of my wounds and then they asked me what's wrong with me, I'm like, how long do you have, sir? No, best to keep my curse to myself for now and learn more about him first. Who are you? You may call me Kuras. And where exactly am I, Kuras? I think it's, yeah, definitely, I think saying nothing was probably a good thing to pick. Iridia, which I assume was your caravan's destination. I can think of nowhere else for a group of travelers to go. Iridia? So I made it to the City of Knowledge after all. I should feel relieved, but all I can manage is a vague sense of increasing unease. How did I end up here? I brought you to my clinic, of course. You were the only survivor from the caravan, barely clinging to life. You needed immediate treatment. Which you provided? Yes. He says it so simply, as if I'm a small child and he's explaining basic addition to me. I frown and flex the fingers on my recently healed arm. Aside from being a bit stiff, it feels fine. Thoroughly attached to me. You're saying that you stitched my arm back on. Pardon? A soulless attacked the caravan. It ripped everyone to shreds. It tore my arm clean off. Oh, that's cool. I kind of like the two my's. It makes it feel more natural in the dialogue. But when I woke up here, I trail off, bewildered. I've never heard of any magic that could heal a mortal wound like that. What kind of person would do such a thing? Marcel and Fallon from Dungeon Meshi. They can put limbs back on. The doctor, Kuros, pinches the bridge of his nose. He sits back down in his chair, quiet for a long time. Oh no, he's losing patience with me. He's not going to call me a good girl. I do not know where you come from, but Aridia is the city of knowledge and deadly secrets alike. Information is power, and it is most unwise to give or receive it freely. Since you have refused to divulge your secrets, I will not divulge mine. I do not even know your name. You are new to Aridia, so I will overlook this specific breach of etiquette. However, you should not expect others to extend the same courtesy. He speaks so fancy. Do you understand? He looks pointedly at my freshly bandaged hands. He's kind of roasting me in the most polite way possible. Loath though I am to admit it, he has a point. I'm also a complete stranger to him, and if he's telling the truth, he saved my life. I take a deep, steadying breath. This time, when I speak, I sound a bit more like myself. Wilith. My name is Wilith. Imagine if I actually said it to him in that voice. I'm Wilith. This up, bunny. It's a pleasure to meet you, Wilith. There's a little more warmth in his smile, his polite demeanor back in an instant. Alright, so he seems like the type where he's really polite, and he'll take care of you, but if you cross him, he'll fucking kill you. Ooh. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you. Okay, so what do we do? Thank you for saving me, or why did you save me? We already thanked him. I don't know, maybe I should ask him why he saved me? I don't know. Unless he's not quite ready to divulge that secret to me. Should we be nice to him, or should we grill him a little bit? I don't know. He's cute, but I'm still quite wary around him. Hello, President Obama? It's me, Wilith. Do you read me? Do you read me, Mr. President? Why'd you send me to Area 51, Mr. President? I see a number of guns pointed at me right now. Alright, maybe I'm gonna ask him why he saved me. If there's anything I've learned, it's that everybody wants something. With the world in such peril, no one reaches out a hand without expecting something in return. Can I ask why you saved my life? You don't know me. The question seems to startle Kuros. I could hardly leave you to die in the wastes. Yeah, no, it is a little weird that he saved me, because this definitely feels like a kind of dog-eat-dog world. And if somebody sees that you're dying, that's it for you, because it's so violent out here. Assisting those in need is the very essence of a doctor's duty. Ha, he said duty. I've never met a doctor who also handed out free clothes. My fingers find the edge of the cloak. There's a subtle but delicately embroidered pattern around the helm. I try not to think about what kinds of price Kuros might ask for such well-made clothes. No, I suppose not. Forgive my presumption. I rarely come across so fascinating a patient. I blink. What did he say? Are you making me be like a human experiment or something? Whenever somebody is like, you are such a fascinating patient, that's how you know that they're a fucking mad doctor. Maybe he is about to commit some crimes and he needs to go on the midnight train. I simply meant that few would cling to life so resolutely, or brave such a perilous journey to Iridia. Look at his face, guys. I don't know if I believe that. I don't know. Something tells me he's got some sort of ulterior motive. I could not help being curious about you, Lilith. His voice dips to a soft murmur, and he abruptly looks away from me. You know, you're kind of a curious cat yourself, sir. You're such a curious cat that I could put a pair of cat ears on you and turn you into a cat boy. He's gonna commit surgery. Guys, he's gonna commit surgery on me. Oh no! Oh no! You're a fascinating specimen, Lilith. I've never seen anything quite like you. I get that a lot. Hope you got some Zydrate, Andy. You might need it. Some Zaddy Zydrate. Ooh. You're pretty curious yourself. Am I? Well, I haven't forgotten about my arm. I wiggle my intact fingers at him. My fingies! Clearly not. But you haven't asked me for any payment either. I don't know what the insurance policy is like here, so I might not be able to pay for this for a very long time. I require none from you. Travelers do not have an abundance of coin, and it would be unethical to leave you destitute in such a strange place. God damn! Well, we're not in America, that's for sure. I fall silent, unsure what to say to that. Nobody would help a horror like me for free. There has to be some kind of catch or trick, right? A loud knock at the front door stops our conversation cold and spares me from having to say anything else. He does have some little glass vials. I know, yeah, what is in those vials? Is that my blood? Does he want to, like, test on my blood or something? He has a mortar and pestle, too. Is he cooking? He making spices? Duty calls. Unfortunately, you are not my only patient today. The knocking grows more insistent, and Kuras lets out a tired sigh. Please wait your turn. Though he says it quietly, the clamor on the other side of the door abruptly stops. Do you need anything before you leave, Lilith? Oh, your number. Between the soulless attack and my miraculous survival, I'd almost forgotten why I came to Iridia in the first place. I need directions to the Cenobium. The Cenobium? The look on his face is downright chilling. He pauses, choosing his words with cold deliberation when he speaks again. Don't go anywhere near there! My ex is there! Little glass vials, does it go in like a battery? Whatever you seek, it is very unlikely you will find it there. Okay, he's got beef with the Academy. The Cenobium's gates open for precious few visitors. Even if they did, you would not like what you found inside. My heart sinks. Is he saying that I came all this way for nothing? Risked life and limb for nothing? No, that can't be. I'd only just arrived, and Iridia's the largest city still standing. There has to be a cure for me here. Then if not the Cenobium, where would you suggest? And the Zydrate gun goes somewhere against your anatomy? Guys, what's a Zydrate gun? Do you know anyone else in Iridia? Or do you know anyone else in Iridia? I shake my head. Then I suggest a local guide. Head to the Wet Wick and ask for Leander. Excuse me? The wet what? I love in these old villages the fucking names of these places. Like all the taverns are called like the Three-Eyed Pig or something like that. The Wet Wick. He's even a little embarrassed to say it. Oh, it's from Repo. Sorry, I haven't seen Repo in many, many years. I'll rewatch it though. Follow the postings advertising Leander's bloodhounds. They're difficult to miss. When you meet Leander, tell him I sent you. That isn't much to go on, but Kuros points towards the clinic's back door. You will be safe so long as you do not draw attention to yourself. It's easier said than done. I've always been like a magnet for the worst sort of attention. Yeah, we need to cover up our arms or something. She needs a Lilith outfit. If you require my assistance, you may return when you wish. Though he's smiling, there's a note of finality in his voice. Resigned to my dismissal, I slip out the back door. Well, thank God I don't gotta pay. I feel like these monsters steal all your loot, too. I find myself standing in a narrow and rather gloomy alley. I pull the new cloak up over my nose, stepping over the contents of chamber pots that have been emptied into the streets. Ew, there's shit everywhere. This city's stinky. Something weighs heavily inside one of my cloak's pockets. My coin purse. Okay, I do have a little money. Everything is still inside. Every last coin I'd scraped together for the journey to Iridia. Doesn't even look like it was opened. There were so few coins to begin with, they probably weren't worth stealing. I glanced back at the clinic's closed door. Kuros didn't take any payment. He didn't even ask for a future favor. Oh, but honey, he will. Trust me, I'm sure he will. But he also said that in Iridia, secrets are power. Does he expect me to give up mine at some point? That's not exactly a comforting thought. Still, no matter why he did it, Kuros gave me a second chance and a lead on where I might find help. Where does this sixth sense thing come into play? Because I know that I developed a sixth sense, so I want to know how, like, whatever, like, class you choose affects the story. But they did say you can play this multiple times. I better get going before he changes his mind. I squeeze out of the alley and get into the crowded main street. The line outside Kuros's clinic stretches down the road already. Two thin peddlers queue alongside weathered elders. If any place is in desperate need of a free clinic, it's this one. Yeah, this doesn't strike me as the most affluent neighborhood here. The cobblestones are treacherously rough under my feet, deep grooves worn between them by regular flooding and decades of hard use. I knew Iridia was a river city, but I didn't expect it to look so eroded. The buildings are tired and dilapidated, all crammed together in narrow streets. And there's something else. A charge in the air like the shift in pressure before a storm. It's subtle. Little more than a faint, persistent thrumming, but I can't seem to shake it. A child darts by, clutching something greasy wrapped in paper. The smell of fried food drifts over to me. My stomach gives a faint gurgle. Ooh, where's that kid going? I want to go there. Me hungry. This morning's catch, fried up hot and fresh. Not too many eyeballs today. They fry the eyeballs here? Chat, would you guys try a fried eyeball? If you ever offered a fried eyeball at like a state fair or something, would you eat it? Like, what if they paid you to eat it? Would you do it? Do you think it's juicy? That sounds disgusting. But I'm starving, so I duck my head under the stall's grubby awning. A large fish leers up at me, its three bulging eyes still visible through the thick layer of crispy batter. The vendor gives me a gap-toothed grin. You know I'm working for the FBI, Tone. I'm a Billy Bass. What's the cheapest thing you've got? Me anywhere I go, I'm like, what's the cheapest thing you have? What's not going to set me back too much? The vendor points at a metal basket of what looks like long strips of savory fried dough. Wait, how does that have eyes in it, though? Oh. He has different things in here. If they paid me to eat it, absolutely. Otherwise, probably not. What do you guys think an eyeball would even taste like? Has anybody here ever tried an eyeball? Like, if it was ever attached to, like, a shrimp or something? As crazy as I am, I've never tried an eyeball before. Fresh long lads, 3 copper apiece. Don't burn your mouth. Long lads! That's what I'm trying to get here. I'm trying to get a long lad. I take the coins out, counting them gingerly. At this rate, I might not even be able to afford dinner. Reluctantly, I drop the payment on the counter and take my meal. Well, that's why we get one of these fine young chaps to pay for us. 2 streets later, I pass under a wrought iron archway adorned with dangling garlands of red and pink lilies. The buildings in this quarter are a dizzying riot of color, painted walls, and tinted glass everywhere I look. Sheer red and pink curtains flutter in open doorways. Musical voices call out invitingly. Incense mingles with the pungent scent of flowers, barely covering the salt and musk of warm bodies. I anticipate eyeballs are salty. Yeah, I would imagine that they're pretty salty too, and probably very, like, squishy. I don't think they would taste very good. I don't think they would be very flavorful. I feel like they would just kind of explode like one of those fruit popping boba balls, you know? You know, not like the tapioca ones, but the ones that are kind of like yogurty that you could get on like your frozen yogurt. That's what I imagine the texture would be like. This isn't me saying that I'll try an eyeball. This is just what I assume. Just an assumption of what an eyeball would taste like. And hello, Dean Metchin. Hello. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Caviar-ish, maybe? Yeah, that's true. Maybe it would taste a little bit like caviar. Those also kind of pop in your mouth. I love getting salmon rose sushi. I love the big orange, like, little eggs that you get on top of the sushi piece. That's so good. It's so tasty and salty. I think that was the first type of sushi I ever tried, and I loved it. This must be Iridia's entertainment district. I'm polishing off my food and dusting the crumbs from my hands when I spot a poster. It features the silhouette of a smiling man wearing a single dagger-like earring and the word Bloodhounds printed above his head. The motto, as above, so below, circles the artwork. As above, so below. As above, so below. If Leander is the leader of the Bloodhounds, then the face printed on the poster is likely his. But I don't see that poster, so I don't know what he looks like. Bursting with flavor. Yeah, guys, it tastes like a gusher. An eyeball just tastes like a salty gusher. Anybody here ever had a gusher? The way it just kind of pops and explodes in your mouth and then just gets kind of chewy? Maybe it would taste like that. I follow the line of identical posters around a corner and nearly hit my head on a precariously dangling wooden sign. Looking up, faded orange letters read, The Wet Wick. That is a terrible name for a tavern. The facade of the building looks like it's seen better days, but I hear faint music and laughter coming from inside. If only we could hear that music. I, sharpen your boots, I'll bludgeon your eye. I, the Blarney Stone brings a tear to me eye. Are gushers still a thing? I don't know. I feel like I've had a gusher in recent years, but I don't think they sell them in as many stores now. I hope they're still a thing. I like gushers. The inside of the bar is a far cry from the abandoned exterior. It's not even midday, yet most of the tables and booths are occupied by a loose assembly of people in matching green cloaks. Bustling bars are not something I'm used to, but I steel myself with a deep breath before pushing forward. God, she's just like me, for real, for real. A cursory glance doesn't turn up anyone with a dagger-shaped earring. I'm about to head towards the counter when a chant rises from the center of the room. Show! 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 The remaining green cloaks abandon the bar and their booths to rush towards the center of the room in a sudden torrent. Are we about to get some entertainment? Some bar entertainment? Where are the bar wenches? I want to be served by a hot bar wench. There's no time to move out of the way. I'm caught, swept along on the ale-stenched current. Hey! Rhythmic chanting drowns out my voice. I thrash, throwing out my elbows as the press of bodies grows heavier. My hip knocks into a table. I grip it, holding on tight to steady myself. But the crowd is stilled. The chanting stopped. The filling is too syrupy for me. Yeah, I mean, I don't exactly enjoy them as much as I enjoyed them as a kid because they definitely taste a lot sweeter than I remember them being as a child. But I don't mind them. I prefer chocolate over fruity candies anyway. A pair of gilded boots stride across the tabletop. All right, let me see him. Seriously, you dogs? Again? Scattered laughter and cheers rise from the audience. I drag my eyes upwards. A well-dressed man stands on the table in front of me, his broad shoulders framed by the thick lapels of a trench coat. All right. He's all right. This really is the last time, all right? This time when he speaks, the audience falls silent, as though bewitched by his magnetic presence or rich, low voice. I don't know. I mean, it's probably good for me to be with a guy who's a little more extroverted than I am, because, you know, the whole yin and yang type thing. But he strikes me, if he likes to be the center of attention this much, then he might strike me as a little bit of a player. And I don't do players. If you're gonna love me, you're gonna love me and only me. That's all. This time when he speaks, the audience falls silent, as though bewitched by his magnetic presence or rich, low voice. But nothing is as captivating as his smile. He beams at the crowd around him, a performer on his makeshift stage. I also prefer chocolate candies, like Kit Kats and Reese's are my favorite. I love those too. I love those so much. Any kind of chocolate with caramel in it is a winner for me. So yeah, I will always pick the chocolate candies over the fruity candies. Damn, he's got some fucking titties. Yeah, cover him up, slut. Even compared to High Chews, also hi. Hello, Rodias. Hello. I like High Chews more than Gushers. I will say that. I love me a High Chew. If they got High Chews at the store, I will buy those. Don't blink or you'll miss it. He laughs, and the dagger-shaped earring dangling from his left ear catches the light in a flash of gold. It would seem I found Leander. He raises his hand above the audience and snaps. A flash of pale green light. Real magic, no ordinary stage trick, blinds me. Yeah, no, he needs a leather strap to hold them titties up, my goodness. As the brilliance ebbs, my gaze refocuses on the mage towering above me. He's got kind of a kinky look going on, too. He flicks his wrist, and the magic spiraling around him coalesces. A delicate flower stem sprouts from between his pinched fingers. One by one, glowing lily petals spring forth. With a flourish, the mage presents the conjured flowers. The audience bursts into clapping and cheers. Yay! I don't know. I mean, he's cute, but I'm not really one for a showboater. I've never really been into a showboating type. I like charisma. I definitely like charisma. It's good to be charismatic, and it's good to be funny. Funny is a must. But if you're somebody who always enjoys being the center of attention, that might be a bit much for me. But we've only just gotten to know him. The leather straps are for safety of people nearby. He could poke an eye out. Yeah, damn, you're gonna poke somebody's eyes out with those, man. Leon Kennedy, is that you? He does look like Leon. He looks like Leon with a couple of blonde highlights in his hair. A genuine magic show was the last thing I expected from a place called the Wet Wick. Hang on one second, just hydrating myself. The Wet Wick. Leander plucks the iridescent bouquet out of the air and turns in a slow circle, giving his audience a good look. Now, who could use some good luck? Me. I could use some good luck, actually. I have terrible luck. Give it to me, Leon. Leon! Eager onlookers scoot closer to the table. Some reach for the lilies while others whistle and call Leander's name. You should throw the lilies at me because Lily sounds like Lilith. But his cool green eyes slide right over them, locking on me instead. Oh, what a nice fantasy. They're all just obsessed with me, if only. How about you? My chest tightens. Every person gathered turns to stare at me. I'll take him. I reach out, all too aware of the way my fingers tremble as I carefully take the flowers from him. I'm trying to live out a fantasy here. I've decided I don't want just one. I want all of them. Is there a harem route in this? Can I do a harem route? Can I riz them all? Oh, sorry. Did I say luck? I meant... I meant fuck. Leon. There's no weight to them. Only a faint warmth that radiates from the stems. As soon as the flowers leave Leander's hand, their light dims. They fade away in a shower of opalescent light. To my surprise, Leander laughs under his breath. That's the problem. They don't last long, but they leave an impression, right? Ugh, I don't know, man. He grins at me, and I find myself smiling back. Leander steps off the table, dropping among the excited crowd with an audible clink. All right, bloodhounds, get back to your drinks. Show's over. The green cloaks disperse at his command, returning to their tables and booths. Yeah, this guy is definitely... He definitely thinks he's quite hot shit. So if I end up rizzing all of them, now I'm gonna have to train him. We're gonna have to put the collar on him. I'm gonna have to show him who's fucking boss around here. Lilith's polyamorous arc. Listen, in my mind, Lilith has a harem. She's got one. Everybody's obsessed with her. They all want her. Boys, girls, non-binary, everybody. Before I can make my way towards Leander, his eyes find me. He gives me a friendly wave, then beckons me over to the crowded counter. I manage to squeeze beside him, but there's so little room that his broad shoulder presses against mine. I tense, but he doesn't seem to mind at all. Is this your first time in Iridia? First time? First time. The best part of being polyamorous for me is when a partner goes on a fun date and brings back leftovers. Ooh, more for me. That does sound quite enticing. Is this your first time in Iridia? He says it lightly, with a genuine air of curiosity. Do I stick out that much? No, but I'm certain I'd remember seeing a face as lovely as yours around Lowtown. Okay. Oh, okay. My eyes flicker to the polished countertop. I'm not used to flattery, and being this close makes eye contact difficult. As if on cue, the bartender approaches us. What can I get ya? Surprise me, and add anything my friend wants to my tab. Oh my god. This is legit the fantasy. They're all paying for everything for me. I don't have to spend a single goddamn cent. I'm fanning myself right now. Ooh. I wasn't expecting the generosity, but I have to admit, I do feel a little thirsty after all that fried dough. I'll have what he's having. I'll have what he's having. While the bartender leaves to fix our drinks, Leander leans his elbows on the counter. I'm close enough to notice the purple shadows under his lower lids. Yeah, bro looks like he took about 3 Ambien before he got here. He looks really tired. Look at those eye bags. His eyes wander over me in return, but when they lock on my bandaged hands, a sour taste rises in my throat. Here come the questions. So, what brings you to the Wick? You know, funny enough, I can't remember. Kura sent me. He pushes his hair back from his forehead, but it immediately falls right back into place. He's not happy about that. Mr. Casanova over here. So, it's about work. Well, I never said that. Hey, what? Wow, that was quite a mood change. What the fuck? The bartender returns with a pair of glasses filled with what I can only assume is beer. I shouldn't have said I'll have what he's having. You got any wine? You got any white wine back there? Also, look, it looks like... Is this a liquor bottle or are these pickled eggs? I know a lot of taverns back then sold, like, pickled eggs, but why? Does anybody know why they have pickled eggs at old taverns? Peanuts, I understand, but why pickled eggs? I raise my glass and give it an experimental whiff. It smells faintly yeasty, but with an undercurrent I can't quite place. A quick sip confirms my worst suspicions. It's awful. Somehow briny and sour in a way that reminds me of pickles. Oh, it's a pickleback shot. Has anybody here ever had a pickleback shot where you drink a shot of whiskey followed up by a shot of pickle juice? It actually is really good because the pickle juice immediately just cuts out the taste of whiskey, like at all, because I fucking hate whiskey. I mean, I don't really drink liquor that much anymore just because I can't handle it anymore. But I remember when I tried the pickleback shot, the whiskey was so bad, but I immediately drank the pickle brine after, and I was like, oh my god, the taste is gone. This is great. But any thoughts of complaining die as the moment I look up and see Leander taking a deep swig from his glass. He lets out a satisfied breath. I don't know, but pickled eggs are good. Oops. Oh. Sorry, I don't know how that happened. I've never tried pickled eggs before. I don't know. I don't know, man. That does look like pickled eggs in the back. Yeah, it looks like that. I'd rather use the pickle brine for other stuff. Like pickles! Or pickling other vegetables. Pickled eggs last longer? Oh, okay. What are they like on the inside? Are they jammy? Or are they like a hard-boiled egg? I had a spicy pickle brine beer before. It was amazing when I was drunk. Yeah, no, that's the thing, is that after you have a certain amount of alcohol, all alcohol just kind of tastes like water, which is dangerous. No, I don't hate you. I don't hate anybody in chat. There are good pickled eggs and bad pickled eggs. I don't like hard-boiled eggs. I don't know. I'm not a fan of hard-boiled eggs. Got a can and then had it later and it was disgusting. Ugh, no, don't get pickled eggs out of a can. Don't do that. Ugh. How can I be of assistance? I need to get to the cenobium. Damn, what the fuck is wrong with the cenobium? Everybody's triggered by it. As soon as the word cenobium leaves my mouth, the entire bar falls silent. What the fuck happened there? Bloodhounds twist around in their seats to gawk openly. Finally, an especially drunk one speaks up. The hell are you bringing up the cenobium in here? Throw him out. This is bloodhound territory. The vitriol catches me off guard. Look, I just got here. From the angry looks thrown my way, it's clear I've broken some unspoken rule just by mentioning the cenobium. Oh, the beer. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, canned beer is bad too. All beer is bad to me. I hate beer. I really only drink wine now, to be honest, and I don't really even drink that much. If they use lots of dill and garlic and stuff, the pickled eggs are amazing. Yeah, if you add more just good flavors, I bet they're good. It was on tap at a brewery over here. Well, I hope you ended up having a safe night that night and it didn't get too crazy. Some are just done in vinegar and salt and meh. Yeah, no, you're not going to get any good flavor in there. You got to add variety. It's the spice of life. If only the bloodhounds were actual dogs. Well, you guys will be seeing the dog and me soon enough, probably. Does that count? When I look at Leander, he's drinking, as though he hasn't noticed the uproar. Only when he catches me looking does he lower his glass. For the love of... He drags a hand down his face. Hey, keep it down, will you? This is business. I tense, expecting an argument, but the outspoken bloodhounds silently return to their drinks. Only a handful continue to watch me warily. Sorry about them. The Cenobium's a bit of a touchy subject in these parts. Mix in enough drinks and, well, you saw. How about we continue this outside? When I give him a terse nod, he pushes away from the bar counter. You know, we could keep talking, at your apartment. I wouldn't mind that. I follow Leander into an alleyway tucked behind the wet wick where layers of frayed bloodhound posters have been plastered all over the walls. Seeing them side by side, the resemblance between Leander and his likeness on the posters is impressive. They didn't even get my nose right in this one. Kuras didn't send you here to help with the Cenobium, did he? From the look he gives me, he already knows the answer. I glance away. What if all of these guys are exes with each other? What if they were all in a big polyamorous relationship and they're just looking for a lady to lead them all? From the look he gives me, he already knows the answer. I glance away. No, he didn't. He suggested I find an alternative. Yet here you are, asking about them anyway. What do you need the Cenobium for? I don't want to tell him about my curse. The less people know about my capabilities, the better. Thankfully, Leander takes my reluctant silence as an answer. Well, I see you're already aware of the city's currency. Information's worth its weight in gold here. Kuras told you the truth. The Cenobium's dangerous. I'm more dangerous! Get on their bad side and they'll imprison you if you're lucky. Or torture you if they're not. I thought this was an academy. What are the fucking students gonna do to me? Or the professors? Give me detention? But the Cenobium's supposed to be a place of learning. A sanctuary. The Cenobium has always been heralded as the last bastion of human knowledge. A shining beacon of hope in a world steeped in nightmares. If any place held answers, it would be the Cenobium. That's why I came here. Oh, sure, but when I follow a stranger into an alley, I wake up a week later without a kidney. Ah, they took my freaking kidney! How is information worth its weight in gold when information doesn't weigh anything? How do you put the oven in the hot food when the oven food hot cold? You might be onto something there, though. That's true, when you think about it. That's what they want you to think. But things that seem too good to be true are often just that. Such a simple statement, and yet it leaves me reeling. If it's true, if I staked everything on a lie, then what now? Leander clears his throat. But as I always say, there's solutions to every problem and alternatives to every solution. He clasps his hands and turns to me with a brilliant smile. That's why Kuras pointed you to the Bloodhounds. Let us help you. Whether it's hunting Solus, finding people, or recovering stolen valuables, we can do it all. And free of charge. What other services do you offer? When do we get to the romance? I'm shaking my head before he's even finished his practice speech. My patience is wearing dangerously thin. Mine too! When do we get to the sexy stuff? Listen, I appreciate the offer, but my problem can't be solved by a group of good Samaritans. To my chagrin, Leander nods slowly. Then your problem must be fairly serious, and if the Cenobium's your first choice, you're searching for a magical solution, aren't you? When my eyes widen, he nods along, as though he suspected all along. I'd be happy to help you out. That is, if you tell me what ails you. What ails me is that I haven't gotten a date yet in this game. Leander might not work for the Cenobium, but he is a mage, and a powerful one, that if his demonstration earlier is any indication. I'm silent, plagued by indecision. I don't know if I can trust him, but it's not like I have any alternatives. I hate to admit it, but this could be my only path forward. Horny VTubers not wanting all this plot nonsense. I play this game for the plot. No, the plot's good so far. It's interesting. I like that we're getting a little mystery unfurling, and it's not just about the romance. But I came for the romance. My confession comes out in a pained whisper. Wait, are we gonna tell him? I'm cursed. Wait, we told him, but we didn't tell Kuras. Cursed? Oh, now I'm very curious. What kind of curse? Something ancestral or more recent? He looks me up and down, taking in my face, my eyes, and finally my hands. It's your hands, isn't it? I wait until I'm certain my voice will remain steady before answering. My touch is dangerous. It changes people, hurts them. This is the skin of a killer, Leander. Hold on tight, spider monkey. Before I've even finished, Leander begins taking his glove off. He tugs his left hand free and flexes his fingers. Let's see it. He offers me his hand, and a prismatic flash of magic ripples across his palm. But I'm already shrinking backwards. I can't. Sure I can! Let him touch my hand! I don't care how confident Leander is. I can't bring myself to hurt him, to see his kind face twist into a mask of madness. Believe me, this isn't an ordinary curse. I'll be fine. Perhaps where you came from, your affliction was strange and one of a kind. But spend a year in this city, you'll see 1,000 curses and thrice as many curses. Or thrice as many cures. Do you really think Kuras would send you here if I couldn't handle it? How should I know? I only met him today. I'm as good as any mage in the Cenobium. Better, even. If they can help, so can I. You don't know what you're asking me. I'm asking you to trust me. I look from Leander's outstretched hand to his confident smile. Uncensored hand-holding. Is Lilith gonna get banned? Is this too sexy? Is this getting too sexy? Just a gentle hand brush? A little touch on the small of my back? Is it too NSFW? Then, with a short breath, I begin unwinding the bandages from my hand. Fine. But if you lose control, don't say I didn't warn you. You can tie me up first if it makes you feel better. Give me a minute. I need a minute. I need a sip of water. Nobody's ever spoken that forward with me in my life. You need the spray bottle, sir. Bonk! Bonks for you! Bonks for you, Leander! Why did he say that? Not safe for Willif. This is not safe for Willif. Thank you for the hydrate, Redeem. Whew. With each joint I expose, I grow more and more certain that this is a terrible idea. Ready when you are. If he's bothered by the way my hand looks, he doesn't show it. My fingers hover shakily over his palm. 3, 2, 1. Touch him! I tap his palm once, as quickly as possible. It's barely more than a brush, but that's all it ever takes. Come on, you gotta go for it. You gotta make the move, Game Lilith. You gotta make the move. Hold his fucking hand. It's all fun and games until the ropes and handcuffs come out. All fun and games till he threatens us with a good time. Oh, he's close. Oh God, he's close. When I look at his face, expecting to see the worst, Leander only grins. See? It can't be. This time when I reach out to touch Leander's palm again, he catches my wrist before I can pull away. I told you. There's really nothing to worry about. He's blushing! Guys, he's blushing. He's blushing. Oh, he wants me. He wants me. What do I do? What do I do? He's cute. I didn't think I would be into him. I thought he was too much of a showboater, but this? I told you. There's really nothing to worry about. Right? He's so close! He trails off when my thumb brushes the soft skin of his inner wrist. I search Leander's face for traces of madness, but his eyes remain a clear, soft green. Oh, and he has green eyes, too. Color rises in his cheeks, but he remains still except for the subtle bobbing of his throat. Guys, he's blushing so hard! He might be... Neither of us speak as I trace the contours of Leander's palm, lost in an awareness I wasn't prepared for. Oh, guys, we're touching the lines on his palm. We're meant to be. Himbo alert! I know. Maybe it's him being a himbo. Maybe it's that. Flustered bunny. I know. Playing these games, I do get pretty easily flustered, actually. Listen, this has been a long while. I've been with other people, kissed them, been embraced by them, and more. But not like this. Wait, are we gonna kiss? My fingers, long deprived by years of bandaging, pick up every single detail. The grooves of his palm, the smooth shell of his nails, the pulse of his heart. For as long as I've lived, I've never been able to hold someone's hand, not without dire consequences. I've never realized what I was missing until this moment. Wait, so it's only when they touch our hands. Okay. I thought it was like if they touch any part of us, they get cursed. It's only the hands. All right. I see. While Leander's pulse is steady, mine is hammering as fear gives way to excitement. Wait, she's really going for it. My hand glides over Leander's wrist and up his forearm where smooth skin abruptly gives way to the raised scar by the edge of his sleeve. And that's the thing, I want to know about the scar too. I want to know what his past trauma is like. If they're tragic, it's all the better. It's all the better. I mean, I think all of the options in this game are supposed to have really tragic backstories. But I want to know how he got it. It matches the one that runs from his collarbone, from his collar to cheekbone. Could it be the same wound? I glance at Leander's face, and his lips part as he considers his words before speaking. Am I the first person you've been able to touch like this? Oh god, with that face, I thought he was about to turn me down. I'm so used to my Riz failing in video games that I've never gotten this far before. The farthest I've ever gotten with a video game character on stream was Karin from Cooking Companions. And then I think she ended up killing us. My hand goes still on his arm. So far. I'll admit, your touch does make it somewhat difficult to stay level-headed. But not due to your power. He takes my hand. His soft green eyes flick to mine before he turns it to inspect the golden fissures crisscrossing my knuckles. Look, we match. He points at a golden pin on his coat collar, and I give him a small smile. I draw my hand back and take a steadying breath. My hand feels as though it's stuffed with cotton. I couldn't hold it back any longer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Chad. I'm sorry. Please don't bonk me. Hooray! Hooray, Karin. Doing much better than with Papyrus. Yeah, we're getting a lot farther in this date than with fucking Papyrus. I draw my hand back and take a steadying breath. My head feels as though it's stuffed with cotton. I said, don't bonk me! Habit alone guides me through the motions of rewrapping my hand, although my fingers tremble too much for the bandages to lie flat. Thank you for the hydrate redeem, because I'm thirsty, I guess. You need to hydrate as you're thirsty. Listen, I knew what I was getting myself into today. I can't believe that worked. May I ask your name? I'm Lilith. But you could call me Lily, Lily, or, anything you want, really. You could call me your baby. I was lying on the couch and I heard barking and I was like, neuron activation. The Lilith punishment call. You were right to hide this from me, Lilith. This curse of yours. It's unlike anything I've ever dealt with. Even my room is punishing me right now. My lights started flickering again after that. The ghost that's haunting my bedroom is just like, that's enough. That's enough. I can tell you're discreet, but you'd best not go showing that off to anyone else. I didn't plan on it. Are you staying in Lowtown? I pause. Room and board was something I hadn't considered yet. Can I stay with you? I don't know. Let's get you properly settled then. At the bar? I don't want to live in the bar. All I have is pickled eggs to eat. Hey boy, I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's my number. So call me, please. Damn, I can't believe your ghost is the horny police. My ghost is the horny police. It immediately started flickering after my lights immediately started flickering after I barked. The Wet Wick is noticeably quieter. Without their leader, most of the Bloodhounds have dispersed, or in a few cases, fallen asleep beside their drinks. Got any rooms left, or did my luck grab 'em all to sleep it off? The bartender, who I now realize doubles as an innkeeper, slides a key onto the counter. We'll take one room with 2 beds, the innkeeper. Oh, really? Classic scenario. You know I always keep the corner room open for your escapades. Fuck, I knew he was a player. Well, you better not have any other escapades after me. Leander's laugh sounds slightly strained. And I always appreciate it, but you're mistaken. This is just for my friend, Lilith. Sure. Stay as long as you like. You two have fun. Classic innkeeper move. Based innkeeper. Escapades, huh? Leander clears his throat, then holds the key out to me. But I hesitate. My coin purse barely holds enough for a day's worth of meals, let alone a room. How much do I owe you? How much do I owe you? It's on the house. Really? Nothing. Bloodhound rates. My treat, since you shared your secret. Food, drink, a warm bed, anything you need. Carefully, I take the key from him. It's small, but it weighs heavy in my palm. You know, it wouldn't be good for such a petite, frail, vulnerable little girl to be staying by myself. You're gonna have to stay with me. Ooh, who's this drink of water? This is Leander. We held hands. I like him. I never expected to have a warm bed in Iridia, let alone free meals. Thank you. Go explore, Lilith. You'll find many roads in Iridia, each leading to different answers. But if you need a reprieve from what haunts you, come find me. Just be careful. I nod, taking one last look at the gleaming bronze key before tucking it into the pocket of my cloak for safekeeping. Leander gives me one last friendly wave before I depart. Don't go! Don't go! Come on! We just held hands! He blue-balled me. The air clings, sodden and heavy. Without the morning crowd, the sunlit streets look less barren, bleak. Sunless. Even the peddlers are long gone. Only a pair of crows remain quibbling over stale crusts in a gutter. I feel a ridiculous pang of envy. Also, I should save. At least they've got reason to fight. I've never felt so lost. Kuras and Leander both made it clear that the Cenobium can't be trusted. But I came so far, endured so much. I need to see the Cenobium for myself, if only to satisfy my curiosity. I should have asked someone at the bar for directions before leaving. I'm about to turn back when a shadow passes over me. A cloud, I think, until a puff of hot breath tickles the back of my neck. Leander? Where'd you go? The shadow runs down the streets in rivulets, formless dark spreads, the ink into blotted shapes. Claws stretch. A muscle splits open to reveal long, jagged teeth. A growl rumbles so low and deep I feel it. He heard me barking and he was like, "You called?" I want to run, to scream, but I feel trapped, as though the slightest movement or a single breath will snap the jaw around me shut. No, I won't let it end like this. If I'm going to die, I want to see what got me first. I steel myself, then turn. Hello? The shadow vanishes as quickly as it came. I'm left standing in the middle of the street, alone except for a figure reclining in the shade of a nearby stoop. Bao's new boyfriend! If he growls, he's the one for her. Yeah, come on, guys. At least I'm not that down bad. Oh. You have ears, sir. Leander who? A monster. That much is clear from a glance. One that could nearly be mistaken for a human were it not for the tufted ears, the tail curled around his ankle, or the dusk pink eyes with pupils that sharpen like needles when they fall on me. Our eyes meet, and the monster uncrosses his long legs. Is that Nick Nocturne? Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. I'm in trouble. Lilith is in trouble. His hair gleams a shade of red that reminds me unsettlingly of blood where it curls around his collared throat. Jumpy, aren't you? His tongue is so light and carefree that I glance over my shoulder to make sure he's speaking to me. When I look back, the stranger props his chin on his knuckles and regards me with an inscrutable little smile. Oh, he's a little shit. Didn't you see that shadow just now? It was massive. Moved like a beast. Girl, are you dumb? How have you not put two and two together? Even as I speak, I'm aware of how ridiculous I must sound, but the stranger's smile doesn't falter. The only beasts I've seen are the Wicks drooling regulars, though this did catch my eye. Hey, that's mine! Whoa! Y'all, look at that thigh action! God damn! With a flourish of his hand, my in-room key appears dangling from his finger. It turns on its chain, glittering when it catches the light. My hands fly to my cloak's pockets, and sure enough, find them flat. Oh, they know I like my men pretty and feminine. Damn it! He crooks his finger, beckoning. Oh, and he wants to play a game with me too. I've already taken 2 steps forward before some stifled instinct stops me. Something feels wrong. I'm still on the edge, thrumming with so much adrenaline that the stranger's shadow flickers at the edges of my vision. Damn, what a slut. Yeah, look at this outfit. Look at the straps. A lot of these guys love wearing their straps and chains. What kind of shit are all you people into here in Aridia? We're not in Kansas anymore. I'm still on the edge, thrumming with so much adrenaline that the stranger's shadow flickers at the edge of my vision. I always attract the worst kind of attention, but I can't get rattled now. Who said that's my key? I want to be playful along with him. Bottom. This boy is a bottom. Who said that key's mine? He smiles wide enough to reveal pointed canines. I saw you drop it. You really should be more careful. City like this, somebody might take advantage. A bald-faced lie said without a hint of irony. I can't figure out how he picked my pockets under my nose, but I'm certain he took my key, and I need it back. I approach the man, careful to keep an arm's length away. He doesn't look dangerous, but the most deadly ones never do. He's pretty. The stranger's chain softly clinks with a tilt of his head. His ears flick. He doesn't look like a cat boy, but I do like those ears. Keeping your distance? I'd be stupid to trust you. You think I stole your dinky little key from all the way over here? He gives an exaggerated sigh. I'm not good with my hands, but I'm good with my hands, but not that good. Do I really look like a common thief to you? He got me there. Foxboy Power Bottom! He does completely read as Power Bottom. Yeah, why is he wearing so many chains? The sheer fabric of his sleeves alone would be too expensive for most street thieves. Hell, his shoes look like they cost me more than I spent traveling here. And then there's the shop behind him. No matter the city, parted pink curtains only ever mean one thing. Thank you for the hydrate, Fluffy. Damn, y'all are feeding a thirsty bitch today. I'm not looking to buy, and I doubt I could afford your services anyway. Luckily for you, I don't charge. The man runs the tip of his tongue over a fang, and for the first time since I stepped into that shadow, I feel something other than dread. Yee-haw! Thank you for the yeehaw, Redeem. Oh, and thank you for the posture check as well. Someone needs to get Lilith a new water bottle. Bunny is thirstier than I've ever seen her. This game has everything I could ever want. This is me at my truest self. The man runs the tip of his tongue over a fang, and for the first time since I stepped into that shadow, I feel something other than dread. My face grows hot. That's not what I meant. You sure about that? I'm flattered, really. Were sex my trade, I might make an exception for you. How about half off for a handy? Ayo, calm down, Bronco. Ayo, Bronco. That's a little too forward. Or you could just hand over my key. Ask nicely, and I might even let you tug my tail. He's so kinky. He might be a little much for me, honestly. I like the ears, but he's a bit much. Think she's gonna need some Gatorade. I know, I need my electrolytes to get me through all this thirst, guys. Just throw it here. So some spindly little street urchin can snatch it up and run. He raises my key and tilts his head so he can watch it dangle back and forth. I suppose I could just claim your room for myself. Not that I'd be caught dead slumming in the wick with the rest of those slack-jawed imbeciles. You're obviously not from around here, so tell me, traveler, what misfortune brought you to this wretched place? His voice practically drips with derision. I'm not telling you anything. This game, I feel, canonically wants me to be with Leander, because she's been the nicest to him. But this guy he's a fucking bratty power bottom. It's true. He can't tell me what to do. I'm the boss around here. I'm the queen. He's classist, throw him out. Yeah, and he's classist too. What could have possibly drawn you to this dreary little pig pen, I wonder? He listlessly watches the arc of my key swinging around his finger. The weather's shit, the food's dreck, and there's entirely too many monsters for a human to feel safe. Unless... Dagger-sharp eyes flick towards me. They gleam with amusement. Unless you're just dying to consort with monsters. No! Why would you say that? Don't accuse me of such a thing. By now, my embarrassment is worn away, leaving simmering impatience in its place. If this were a shakedown, it's the most frustrating one I've ever heard of. What do we do? I don't know. I like Leander. Do we turn him down or do we flirt back? Guys, what do we do? What do we do with this bratty little power bottom right here? Should we be bad? Should we be bad? I'm gonna be bad. How did you know that I spent all my money starved and nearly died in a swamp so I could just crawl into bed with the first thirsty monster I saw? That earns me a burst of breathy laughter. He gazes at me under his dark lashes. Aren't you funny? Imagine needing to steal someone's shit to get them to flirt with you. This dude's kind of pathetic. He is. Bring me back my himbo. But yeah, I'm gonna be bad. I'm gonna flirt with them all. I mean, they haven't made any promises with Leander yet. Yeah, no, that's true. I haven't bound myself to any one individual yet. I can play the field a little. I can play the field and figure out who's best for me. Also, we're coming up on 3 hours of streaming. Yes, we are. I mean, we only have a couple of guys to meet after this. So maybe I'll try finishing this tonight, because this is only a demo, so I imagine it can't be that long. Aren't you funny? Thank you, Anonymous, for the gifted tier 1 sub to Monster Fucker. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support and the call out. Thank you. Could you be any more obvious? I've been told subtlety's not my strength. So your place or mine? I'd invite you if I had my key. Oh, if only I have my key, then I might be able to invite you up. His languid gaze glides from me to the key in his hand and back. Come on, take my hand and we'll go together. The more he flirts, the more convinced I become that this is some kind of trap. No matter how innocent monsters look, they always have tricks up their sleeves. And something tells me that this one's more dangerous than he lets on, even if he has a lovely laugh. I don't know what you want or why you're messing with me. 12 hours later meme. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. If this ends up being really long, then we'll see, and maybe we can finish it next time. I don't know what you want or why you're messing with me. But I'm not coming any closer until I know you aren't going to attack or bite. I won't bite hard, unless you beg me. No matter what I say, he finds a way to twist my words into innuendo. Even when I'm silent, he goes on as though we're having a conversation, not a standoff. Do you like dancing? There's a traveling troupe performing in Hightown tonight. Their lutist is utterly exquisite. Truly a performance to die for. Are we actually gonna go on a date here? There's life in this dreadful place, if you know where to look. You sound like you know the city well. The man's gaze flickers from me to the key dangling in his finger. Naturally, the stump was little more than a miserable little smear when I first arrived. Hightown, Lowtown. Hightown, Lowtown. I know Iridia like the back of my... Oh, those are different parts of the city. All in your endo. What about the Cenobium? Do you know where that is? His smile vanishes. Oh, always fucking up our chances with these guys by mentioning the goddamn Cenobium. Girl, when will you learn? Surely you've seen it. That absurdly large tower looming over the rest. It's a little hard to miss. He must mean that spire I noticed when I first caught sight of Iridia. The Cenobium's overrated. Forget about it. I can show you things those stuffy boars in their limp dick tower couldn't even dream of. These guys are all very different from each other, aren't they? I've already got plans. Oh? Have you some pressing matters at the Cenobium? lunch dates with librarians, tea time with the most esteemed abbess. That's my business. What's the matter to you? I square my shoulders and the amusement bleeds out of him. Upstairs, downstairs, and all around the town stairs. I've been all over this place. Your loss? The stranger, finally bored of this tedious game, extends his hand towards me. The key rests on his palm, neatly dividing skin and leather. When he makes no other move, I reach for the key. But as soon as my fingers graze smooth brass, his hand springs shut around my elbow. Hey! Oh, he's really close. He's even closer than Leander was. He yanks me down and I stagger, my soul slipping on the steps. For a sick moment, I fear my bandages will unravel under his touch. But he's careful not to disturb them, even as his fingers dig into my arm. I knew I smelled blood, the reek of death in the road. And that fucking doctor. Whoa! Whoa! What have you got against Kuros? Do these men all just hate each other? Stranger danger! Mom, I need an adult! Sniff, sniff. I'm gonna sniff his chest. His voice, once silken, lowers to a smoky growl. The shadows around him seethe and boil as he pulls me closer. Stink detected! Yeah, what if he actually licks himself like an animal? He's stinky. Ew. And something else. He murmurs against my throat, grazing my jaw. Let go! I try to twist away, but he doesn't budge. His breath trails down my neck, sending a thrill of dread through me. But just when I fear he'll bite, he takes a deep whiff instead. You were right, Blauvin. He is gonna sniff me. This is definitely bitter X energy. Yeah, all these men have history with each other. They were all gay lovers with each other. His wide, flat eyes gleam with naked hunger as he gazes up at me. Not quite human, not quite monster. Seems we're both. Veer! The stranger's ears flatten and he releases me with a short breath. I yank my arm back, massaging it where his grip left grooves in the bandages. The stranger twists around to watch a woman duck out from the curtains behind him. Her pressed uniform marks her as a cleric of the Cenobium. I leave you for all of what, 10 minutes and you're making trouble again? Will you quit harassing the tourists? The stranger, Veer I take it, rolls his eyes and flashes the cleric a withering smile. So suspicious. Can't you see this is a friend of mine? A natural liar. He grins at me and his tail swishes minutely. The woman purses her lips at me, clearly unconvinced. I open my mouth to correct him, but Veer cuts in. Big sniffer? He's a big sniffer? I was graciously offering my dear friend some free advice. Though his voice remains light and cheerful, his expression darkens. What if he's like a prisoner of the Cenobium and that's why he's covered in chains? Danger's drawn to you like a moth to flame. It will always find you given time. The woman clucks her tongue as though she's heard this recital 102 times. That's a specific number. Word of advice? Don't take free advice from lazy foxes lounging in the streets. This crook would sell water to a drowning man for the sheer enjoyment of it. She shrugs off a wilting look from Veer. Oh, please. Any friend of yours knows it's true. Now hold still. Veer rises gracefully at her approach. He puts his hair aside so it drapes over one shoulder, exposing the long line of his neck. And suddenly, it dawns on me that the jingling I had heard earlier wasn't coming from the harshness attached to his collar, but a leash. This man deserves to be leashed. He's too crazy. A heavy iron chain wound around a hitching post and padlocked to the back of his collar. Veer posed deliberately to hide his leash from me. Are all the animal people in this like prisoners or something? I mean, I know he can turn into a big, scary fox. The woman produces a key ring from her pocket. She rifles through a dozen identical keys before selecting one and slotting it into the lock. Come on, unless your friend's tagging along on our merry little soulless hunt. Oh, okay, he hunts soulless. Okay, so they're just using him They're hunting for Soulless inside the city? Words momentarily fail me. My thoughts exactly. The woman regards me with a polite, if tight smile before marching down the stairs. Fear lingers. He stretches his arms over his head with a yawn, and I try not to stare at the way his stomach flattens when he arches his back. Well, I'm gonna stare. Your little secret's safe with me. Try not to get yourself killed, Veer hops off the stoop and bounds after the woman. His tail sways merrily, as though he hadn't just lied and threatened me. Did you try that thing I mentioned? The Leventian knot? That the one where you take 3 fingers and... Actually, don't tell me. Knowing you, it's disgusting. Are clerics allowed to do that kind of stuff? I thought they were like people of the church. I don't know. Check the suitor Pokédex. He probably works at the local BDSM dungeon. He certainly looks like it, doesn't he? And hello, Aquaviti. Hello. Welcome. Good to see you. Veer's airy laughter echoes down the street. It's only after he and the cleric have vanished from sight that I realize I'm still missing something. Wait. Oh, hang on, guys. I'm just going to let my cat in. I can hear him being crazy out there. Actually, I'm going to go take a quick bathroom break. I will be right back, okay? BRB. Okay, I'm back. Goodness, you guys send me so many hydrate redeems that made me have to pee. Did Lilith have to go take a cold shower? No. No. Why you ask? Maybe. It was a very quick cold shower. All right, let's meet our last 2 bachelors. Reflexively, I shove my hands into my pockets and I find it. The room key. I pull it out of my pocket and raise it to the light just to be sure. A nagging feeling distracts from my relief. I don't know what Veer's game was or what he wanted from me. I think I know what he wanted from me. All I know for certain is that the Cenobium saw fit to leash him. A fate I could share, if that's what his vague warning meant. Yeah, why do they have him on a leash? Maybe he can't control his fox powers or something? I let my eyes drift skyward, past the lanterns gently swaying in the breeze to the cenobium faintly visible through the haze. Just one glimpse is all I need, and I can put this all behind me. This time, the key goes into my coin purse for safekeeping. Can't let any more foxboys steal it. It's easy enough to follow the sluggish river that splits Aridia in two. A colossal bridge arches over the dark water below. I cross as quickly as I can, climbing ever uphill toward the distant tower. Oh, cool. Yeah, I don't know if this is a place that people like me frequent often. It has a very imposing energy. Hours later, legs aching, sweat beading on my forehead, I finally find what I was searching for. The cenobium of the luminous void. It stands at the highest point of Aridia, surrounded by cold white walls. Well-dressed people stroll down the walkways, paying no attention to the massive tower in their midst. I'm the only one standing before the gates. I crane my neck up and up until the top of the cenobium tower disappears into the clouds overhead. My stomach gives an uneasy lurch. Though far grander than the humble shrine of my youth, the cenobium gives the same impression of being a gilded bird cage. Despite all my rage, I am still just a bunny in a cage. Despite all my chub, I am still just a rat in a tub. That was a meme I saw on Tumblr a long time ago. And then they showed a picture of a cute chunky rat. We love him. Knocking seems like a terrible idea, but I don't see any other way of making my presence known. I'm halfway up the steps when something moves in my peripheral vision. A shadowy figure crouches beneath one of the white walls. They reach out and tug on a vine, as if testing its strength. McDonald's is going to start selling Krispy Kreme donuts in 2026? That's an interesting partnership. I haven't had a Krispy Kreme donut in years. Not since college, I don't think. Despite all my rage, I am still just Nicolas Cage. What if our next bachelor is Nicolas Cage, guys? This guy, he's the one. He's perfect. We can't even see him. A shadowy figure yeah. Oi, you there! The shadow vanishes as quickly as I spotted it, and a gaunt-faced man in a crisp charcoal uniform marches up the steps towards me. Ugh, another tourist. Get out of here once you're done gawking. A dismissive wave accompanies his equally dismissive words, and he turns on his heel without even waiting for an answer from me. He's perfect. We have to riz him, guys. He's the one. It's him. I look back at where I saw the intruder, but there's nothing. Just the leaves blowing gently in a cool breeze. I step away from the gates, hopelessness watching over me. Hello. A whisper, so close I can feel the warm brush of breath on my skin. I instinctively jerk away, but there's no one beside me. Half down the staircase, I spot a woman swaying in the breeze. She's gaunt as a rail, her blouse moth-eaten. I'm unable to take my eyes off at her. Not because of the way she smiles a little too widely, or the way her tussle braids look unbrushed for days. He's the edgy one. He's the murderer. He's perfect. He's the morning and evening star. He stole the diamond. He stole the Declaration of Independence. Okay, I just have to say I continue to love medieval fantasy settings so much. This is a really cool setting. I do like in medieval settings when they have, like, just a big, either, like castle or, like, an academy or something. A place that just seems, like, grand and larger than life and kind of scary in a way. Like, the setting here is really cool. I like the world building that they've created here so far. How to activate a hidden route with the patrol guard. That's a goal in the Kickstarter. Unless his first words are, why can't I stop shitting my pants? I can't imagine anything being a deal breaker about him. I'll riz him immediately if he says, why can't I stop shitting my pants? But because her eyes shine a vibrant, unnatural crimson, I'm both entranced and unsettled by their subtle glow. These days, you'd need a miracle to get in there. I'm unsure how to respond, or even if I should. Her gaze is uncomfortably fixed on me, heavy as lead. I don't want to be sarcastic to her. Maybe I'll just say nothing then. After the experience I've just had, I'm not too keen on indulging strangers with small talk. Despite my silence, she maintains her unflinching stare and smile. Are we gonna get to see what she looks like? Is she an option? Lucky for you, I have miracles for free. Whatever she's selling, I'm not interested. My words come out in a tired breath. No soliciting! No thanks. Me when TikTokers approach me in the park asking me to be in their video. No thanks. I start down the stairs, but she abruptly steps in my path. She turns her back to me, and before I can react, she slips her fingers under the lacing of her collar, stripping out of her blouse in broad daylight. She naked? What are you As the worn fabric unveils bare skin, my panic is smothered by cold horror. A misshapen, sunken scar carves into the woman's body. Pitted, gnarled skin snakes down her shoulders, blooming from a gaping hole in the back of her neck. Why are they not going to show her to us? Did they not want to draw any women in this game? No Spanx. Might not have all of the characters fully drawn. Yeah, that's true. Probably once the game is done, they'll have all the characters drawn. Pitted, gnarled skin snakes down her shoulders, blooming from a gaping hole in the back of her neck. I hope they have a sprite for her eventually. A shuddering breath escapes me. The fuck? So many of these responses that she's had are honestly how I would respond to these types of situations. Whatever disease this woman had ate her away from the inside out. How is she able to move or breathe? It's impossible. She shouldn't be alive, and yet... The power to cure anything can be yours, too. The power of the sea spring. The woman slides back into her blouse and deftly laces it up. They better draw some lady friends, or I will pout. I'll pout, too! I want to see some women in this game, too. It's like they've introduced female characters, but we don't see what any of them look like. I want to see pretty girls as well. If I've caught your interest, then follow me. It's only a short walk away. Also, this is a long demo. Without another glance, she leisurely strolls down the Cenobium stairs, loose braids bobbing behind her. The edge of her scar peeks out from under her collar. Really couldn't think of anything for MC to say other than, "Ayo, what the fuck?" But honestly, same. She just like me, for real, for real. She's so dumb. How could she even remember to breathe? I stand there, wordless, until I manage to regain my bearings. It's a twisted miracle, but a miracle nonetheless. The demo is only himbo mode for now. Himbos, no bimbos yet. But I want to see some fucking bimbos. I have been thinking another dating sim that I really want to play on stream is Sucker for Love. I've seen other streamers play that before, and it looks like fun. And we'll get some good monster ladies in there, because if we're going to get monster men, we have to have a stream for monster ladies. This could be the stupidest decision in my life, but what choice do I have? I take a final look at the Cenobium's shut gates, then follow her down the steps. We descend from the higher streets, leaving behind their gilded decadence as we cross the river. The wet, derelict districts feel more familiar to me. But the crimson-eyed woman takes me farther, then farther still, until I'm met with an all-too-familiar sight. Hey, I have crimson eyes! What if this is just me? Is that the one with the Cthulhu lady? It is! You date monster women. And they're all really hot. My gut lurches when I face the open horizon. I know the first one you meet is like a Cthulhu lady. The city's outskirts are hardly recognizable in daylight, and probably safer for it. But venturing beyond Iridia's walls is a gamble I wasn't prepared to take so soon. Keep going straight, and the sea spring will reveal itself to you. I bark out a bitter laugh, loud and involuntary. Yeah, this actually does feel a little bit like a setup. A ghost lady with her stomach completely eaten out telling me to walk into the water. Something feels a little fishy about this. I'd rather not. I would prefer not to. Are you kidding? It's not safe out there. You're as safe inside the city as outside of it. Truthfully, the territory before you is the safest of. We almost got killed out here, lady. Are you fucking kidding me? Get out of here. What do you mean, territory? Be bad? Oh, I'm planning on being bad this whole game. This region belongs to Aias. Most people know him as a gang leader, but he's much more than that. I squint against the empty wastelands. Only a fool or someone with nothing to lose would leave the city. Apparently I'm both. Oh, excuse me. But if this sea spring cured her, I need to see what it can do for me. Don't go in there! Are you kidding me? Dummy? No! Bad Lilith! I call BS on this lady. Me too! She's fucking dead! She's probably an undead or something. Or like a siren? I don't know. She's gonna pull me under the water. I set off into the wastes. Over my shoulder, the woman calls after me. Good luck, Lilith. I hope we meet again. I'm about to meet my end. My heart pounds with each step I take from civilization. It doesn't take me long to realize it's not the only heartbeat I can hear. Like a nagging thought at the back of my mind, I sense another pulse thrumming through the earth beneath my feet. I felt this presence before, when I stepped out of Kuras's clinic, a living dread coursing underneath the city. Only this time, I'm getting closer to it. For what seems like an eternity, I force each foot forward. One step, then another, until a realization hits me. I never told the woman my name. You drinking dumb bitch juice this morning? Lady. Something pierces the horizon ahead of me. A building, nestled into a tall cliffside, but so starkly out of place it might as well have been a hallucination. It drips with extravagance and honeyed mahogany, an ornate jewel of architecture. I told you! I don't think I had any other choice but to go with her. I had no choice. This is her choice, not me. A row of dark silhouettes stand out at the horizon. Trees, I think, until I'm close enough to realize that what I mistook for branches were spikes and jutting tendrils. Soulless. Several of them watch me in the distance like statues. I don't like where this is going. I don't think I just run. Exploding into a messy sprint, I push my legs as fast as they'll take me towards that decorated building. They warned you not to go to the fucking Somnium. That's not what it's called. The Cenobium. Flashes of light chase me. The gushes of blood and screams of death. The smell of burning flesh and sour bile. I can't go through this again. I won't. Looks like things are about to get sexy. What's your definition of sexy? Tendril root locked. Please, not the tendrils. I'll be good. I don't want to watch hentai. The next thing I know, I'm dashing up wooden stairs and crashing through towering double doors. I gasp for air, my lungs burning from exertion. I'm desperate to be safe, but when I process my surroundings... Uh-oh. It's more hellscape than sanctuary. Blood flows all around me, overwhelming my vision with a lurid, unholy red. Instinctively, my hand leaps to my mouth, but the rotten stench of blood never comes. Instead, a smoky scent hangs in the air, sharp and spiced. Who's grilling meat? Who's grilling meat? I swallow thickly, convincing myself that it's not as gruesome as it appears. This has to be Sea Spring, the place that grants miracles. Pulling my eyes away from the pool, I take in the rest of my environment. Tall pillars flank me, blanketed in written notes. Seating pillows scatter the floor. A rustic kettle sits nearby. Someone must live here. despite how eerily empty it is. Hello? Is anyone there? It's just Wilf. My voice echoes across the cavern without response. I approach the paper-covered pillars. Maybe something here can tell me more. I reach for... What do we do? What do we pick? The topmost? The closest one? Or the bottommost? Tall pillars flank you. Well, I do love a bottom. So we're gonna pick the bottom. I reach for a note at the lower end. It reads, "They watch me through the mirrors. They won't stop staring. They know what I did, but they won't have me. I'm safe now. I'm safe now. I'm safe now." Classic bottom talk. Cryptic bottom talk. Oakley dispo vu h zovapun zahi olus hajsvispiladzulupun. Sorry, I don't speak Italian. The writing deteriorates into intelligible scrawl. Before I can ponder it further, a sharp chill runs down my spine. Something's watching me. What happened to the hot men? Where's this going? I quickly set the note back, my eyes darting around the wooden deck, but it's still empty, vacant. Finally, I look towards the sea spring. The stillness hides something deeper, something wrong, something familiar. It's watching me. Hey. I spin around and come face to face with a pack of soulless. They chitter and growl, tendrils and spikes flaring threateningly, all different size and species but sharing one identical trait, glowing crimson eyes. I try to back away, but my heel titters over the sea spring. I'm cornered. Watch your step. It's deeper than it looks. I would love if all this buildup led to some decrepit Nosferatu-ass dude. He's perfect. That voice again. At the sound of it, the soulless freeze, their snarls quieting. Finally! It's about damn time. I search for the voice's source and find it above me, lounging in the rafters. You look lost, little sparrow. Oh. Oh, mama. Rough, rough, rough. Oh. Oh, mama. His gaze is a violent crimson, one that sears through me, leaving me feeling raw and exposed. Woof is right. Ruff, ruff. They're the same eyes I've seen over and over, first with the scarred woman, now with the soulless circling me, all bound by the sea spring's blood red. And the shroud of darkness behind him, shapes like massive tentacles twist and coil around the wooden beams. I can't focus. I can't either. I'm just staring at him. Awooga. Cover him up, slut. I can't focus. The soulless growls ringing in my ears. They're not advancing, but that could change at any second. Panic rises in my throat as I struggle to track them. Hey! Eyes on me. Okay. My stomach rolls as I tear away from the soulless. Don't ignore someone who's talking to you. It's not polite. Okay, I'm sorry, sir. For a moment, anger knocks my fear aside. Who is this bastard? I'm distracted. I'm kind of distracted by the soulless about to maul me. That's not what I'm distracted by. I hear a dog howling. It's me. Only on my command. I scan the soulless again. They aren't attacking, posturing more than anyone else. Is it bad that I just noticed the octopus in the background? Oh shit! I didn't notice that before. Are those his tentacles? Oh, I think those are the soulless, actually. You tamed them? Power of the sea spring. They're hungry, so they might bite. You could give me a reason to stop them. How about I didn't do anything wrong? Also, I'm really good at baking cookies. Would you like to try one? Trespassing. And that's punishable by death? He gives a non-committal shrug. I called out earlier to see if anyone was here. We were supposed to play hide and seek. Didn't hear you. My voice stops in my throat. The man's terse coolness is both infuriating and terrifying. I rack my brain for a way to diffuse the situation. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want. I'm not in the mood for guessing games. Fuck no, why are you being mean to him? Your hands. Okay. Yes, sir. Alarm jolts through me. I hide my hands under my cloak. No, why is she doing all the opposite things I want her to do? Lilith, like, I'm not about to be turned into a hentai season octopus vampire boy. Now, wait a minute. Hang on. Show me. Yes, sir. Why? Won't ask twice. With a sharp huff, I reluctantly hold out my bandaged hands. Are you getting off on this? Unwrap them. Okay. Heat rushes to my face and fire to my tongue. I should give him a piece of my mind, but not when his soulless are one command from ripping me to shreds. And no matter how much I will myself to move, my body is frozen in place. I stand there for a long, agonizing minute. My hands are trembling when I finally raise them. I know the skin beneath the wrappings all too well, the hideous, unnatural flesh I've grown to despise. I grip the edge of the bandages. Stop. With a weary sigh, the man slides off the beam and lands with a thud that shakes the panels underfoot. He's a monster. An imposing figure that towers over me. I couldn't tell how tall he was before, but he's big. Illuminated by lantern light, his features are stronger, sharper. Subtle clinks of metal accompany each of his footsteps. The closer he gets to me, the faster my heart itches. What does he want? Is he gonna kill me? I step backwards and find nothing to set my foot on. I'd forgotten my back was to the sea spring. I fall right before a warm hand touches my lower back. Yes! I'm hovering above the sea spring, the scent of smoke and leather enveloping me. Blazing crimson eyes bore into mine. Told you to watch your step. I'm too stunned to muster a response. The bunny was too stunned to speak. Like I weigh nothing, he guides me back to solid ground and steps back. Following a subtle gesture from his fingers, the soulless around us disperse and relax. The shift in their demeanor is so abrupt it gives me whiplash. The enormous tentacles are no longer in the rafters, though now I doubt I ever saw them at all. Either way, I exhale a breath of relief. Yeah, I guess I deserved those bonks. Thanks. Oh my god, his hand is huge. As focused on me as he was before, the monster pays no attention to me now. He's got, like, yowie hands. He kicks some seating pillows out of the walkways, checks the contents of the kettle with a scowl. The sudden disregard is almost insulting. I can fix him, I can fix him, I can fix him, I can fix him. So that's it? I'm not a threat anymore? Never were one. Then why'd you threaten me? With a good time. People get honest when they're afraid. In other words, he was messing with me. I drag a hand over my face, exhausted by the fact this is the second time a monster has provoked me today. You're Aias, aren't you? Depends who's asking. One of your friends told me this was your territory. Oh, one of your friends told me this was your territory. She also said you were a gang leader. But there's no one else here. I thought there'd be more people. Aias picks up the kettle and walks to the edge of the sea spring, then dumps out the contents into the endless red. Gang took a walk. His pleasant smile stretches across his face, ear to ear. He's a man of few words. Then in an instant, it drops. I get the sense that I shouldn't ask about his gang again. What do you need the sea spring's power for? Depends. Can it cure a curse? Probably. You mean you don't know? Nope. He shakes out the empty kettle and starts collecting stray cups, tidying up. His route's gonna be interesting. My frustration builds. I narrow my eyes at him in a questioning glare. When he notices, he returns it with an amused smirk. Are you being irritating on purpose? Listen, Sparrow. The sea spring can cure anything, not stopping you from trying it yourself. What do I have to do? Drink. I have to drink from the sea spring? My eyes glide to the blood-like pool beside us. The idea of ingesting the strange liquid makes my guts churn. It's just gonna taste like a cherry slushie. Is there a price? Always. Aias taps his temple with a finger. You lose it a little bit. We're long past that. I'm a little beyond needing to keep my sanity at this point, so I'll drink that shit up. Push him in. Yeah, I want to see what he looks like all wet. Chug-a-lug. I want to chug-jug with this guy. If he tells me to chug the water, I'm gonna chug the water. That's it. Might have already beat it to the punch. My humor earns me an amused, fanged grin. This is a little different. When you drink from the sea spring, you forget who you are. Your mind combines with everyone who ever drank before. Humans, monsters, soulless. One big happy family in your head. Guys, it's LCL from Evangelion. My blood runs cold. I've heard of these before. Group minds. Hive minds. My attendants used to tell me that my power granted people access to a higher plane of understanding. A group mind of my own making. All lies. But something tells me this is real. Even if one thing doesn't add up. Your eyes are red too, but you obviously haven't forgotten who you are. Before I can finish my sentence, Aias strides past me towards the entrance. Time's up. Let's finish this later. Wait, already? You barely told me anything. This guy is gonna be the hardest to riz. But he's the hottest one so far. Fuck. Game on a bad day. I got somewhere to be. There's still so many questions burning on the tip of my tongue, like, are you single? But my frustration spills out before any of them. I was told to come here for help, but instead I get threatened and kicked out. You're joking, right? Watch your tongue. I'm nice, but you don't want to ruin the host's mood. My skin prickles. The feeling of being watched washes over me again. My eyes dart back to the sea spring. A lone ripple dances on a quiet surface. I take Aias' advice and clamp my mouth shut. Aias approaches a nearby soulless, a lanky dog-like one with 6 legs and a crown of tendrils. I want to see it. I want to pet the doggy. Several sets of crimson eyes adorn its sides. Its forked tail wags rapidly when Aias squats beside it. Oh, good boy. He runs his fingers through the tendrils, scratches his chin, and pats its head. Oh, he's a dog person. A gentle smile plays across Aias' lips. The affection he holds for the soulless is painfully clear. Oh, he's not gonna like Veer, because Veer has to hunt the soulless. I dip my eyes away, my stomach fluttering at the tender sight. It's getting dark out, so this pretty girl will guide you back. I want to be your pretty girl. Following a short whistle from Ias's lips, it trots over to the entrance obediently, tail swaying. I watch the soulless warily. Pretty is not a word I would use to describe it, and the idea of it protecting me sounds absurd. If I decide to drink, how should I find you? Find someone with eyes like mine. They'll point you in the right direction. The hive mind! So that lady must have been part of the hive mind. But think it over. Once you drink, you can't go back. It's a lot to process, but I give a small nod. At least I know I have another option for a cure, as disturbing as it may be. But it's a good thing that I'm fucking built different, so that shit won't affect me. I follow the soulless at a measured distance and watch it nudge the giant doors open with ease. When I'm about to cross the threshold, I sneak one last glance behind me. My heart skips when I meet Ias's eyes. I'm about to snap my head away, but he just flashes me an easy smile. Till next time, Sparrow. I'll buy you a drink for scaring you. Okay. I don't trust myself to do anything but respond with another curt nod. I'll come back tomorrow. Outside, more Crimson Eyes soulless scuttle about. It's hard to believe it's the same threatening pack from before. They chase each other in circles, roll around in the bog's mud. They pay no attention to me as the dog-like one squirts me away. It's an uneventful trip. Sometimes the soulless look over its shoulder at me to make sure I'm still following. Like a dog. Good doggy. Dusk darkens the sky by the time we reach the city. I can't sense that massive heartbeat anymore. Maybe it was all in my head. The soulless sits and looks at me expectantly with familiar crimson eyes. I'm gonna pet him. I want to pet the doggy. As nervous as I am, I carefully glide my fingers through the soulless's tendrils and scratch beneath its chin, just like Ias had. Can you pet the dog and touch starved? Yes, you can. It pushes into my palm in response, rumbling with a sound akin to a purr. Ooh, I want to rub his tummy. The vibrations are soothing, almost healing my fatigue. When it's satisfied, the soulless spins around and scampers back in the direction we came, vanishing in the darkness. It's barely my first day in Aridia, and I've already encountered so many things I thought were impossible. Tamed soulless being one of them. My head spins. Maybe I should call it a day. Save quickly. Nightfall creeps across the streets of Aridia. The city, labyrinth even in the daytime, has become a warren of treacherous alleyways. Alright, I think we only have one more guy to meet, so we're probably almost done. The streets are completely deserted. If I hadn't been here earlier, I would have thought this part of the city abandoned. I make my way through the winding streets, doing my best to keep my bearing towards the wet wick. Ew! Something sloshy! My step slows when I hear rustling in the dark. I strain my ears, but everything is still. Is the silence playing tricks on me? Something is wrong! The fine hairs on the back of my neck prickle, a frisson of discomfort running down my spine. Something is amiss. My eyes dart from one side of the street to the other, searching for movement, but the shadows are deep and dark as pools of ink, and I see nothing. I can't stay here. I need to reach a busier part of the city. Drawing my cloak tighter around my body, I hurry on my way. Though I keep my eyes sharp and listen intently, there's only the sound of my own footsteps. Pepper, what are you doing? Stop it. Pepper, stop. No, naughty kitty. As the moments pass and nothing happens, I begin to wonder. Maybe I really did imagine that noise? I turn the next corner and my thoughts come screaming to a halt. My head spins, the world blurring as adrenaline rushes through my veins. Only one thing is clear amidst the haze. The Soulless that attacked the caravan. How did he get here? How is he still alive? It's crouched over a dark, indistinct shape. A body. A garland of intestines spills from pallid flesh. Blood grouts the cobblestones. For a mercy, the Soulless is too distracted by its meal to have noticed me. My feet feel heavy as stones, but I can't just stand here. Holding my breath, I take a step backwards. When the wet, slurping sounds don't abate, I take another ew. Then another wet and slurpy. Then a shard of glass crunches under my heel. The world seems to slow to a crawl as the Soulless raises its head, blood dripping from its tendrils. Every single one of its bulging eyes fixes unblinkingly on me. Guys, new drinking game. Take a shot every time they say tendrils. Immediately die. It's really here. It's come back for me. Only one option. Run. Or ask if the Soulless is a romanceable option in this. You better run for your life if you can, little girl. I'm off like a shot, running for my life down the darkened streets. Y'all, I'm not gonna lie, that made me jump a little. Or at least made me flinch. Behind me, a piercing bay splits the silence, and heavy footfalls pound after me. My heart thunders in my chest. I take turns at random, trying to lose it in the maze of streets, but I can't seem to shake it. I can hear its breathing now, a wet, fluttering rasp growing closer and closer. The same claws that severed my arm swipe out. I duck, saved by pure reflex, and skid around a corner. I take 3 running strides before the bottom drops out of my stomach. A wall twice as high as me bars my way. A dead end. Damn, that was like a Howie scream. They should have made it a Wilhelm. Ow! When I turn around, the Soulless looms in the entryway to the alley. It's no longer running. It doesn't have to. As it prowls closer, my thoughts race. Where's a big, strong, strapping man to come help me out? Some of the buildings lining the streets are lit. There must be people inside. It's a long shot, but... Let's just go break into somebody's apartment. Let's be bad. Let's be bad. I whirl, grabbing at the handle of the closest door. It turns completely, the hinges creaking as I push, and I feel a flash of hope. Before a weight hits the door from the other side and it slams shut. The click of the lock turning is grimly final. In this wretched world, few people will stick their neck out to help their own flesh and blood. Never mind a straight... I'm sorry. If I was living in one of these apartments and I saw that fucking thing outside, I would keep the door locked too. You're on your own. You're really gonna let somebody in and risk letting that thing in too? The Soulless gives a rasping hiss. It's the only warning I get before it lunges at me with a flash of claws. I hurl myself to the side, but the slick cobblestones betray me. I fall, sprawling over the rough stone. As the Soulless looms over me, I scramble away from it until my back hits the walls. There's nowhere left to go. It descends on me for the kill. But the impact never comes. Who's this knight in shining armor? I warily crack my eye open, then the other, not sure whether I should believe what I'm seeing. A hooded figure crouches in front of me, one blood-stained hand outstretched. That is a Fear and Hunger character. That is the Dark Priest. Moonlight slivers the edge of their stiletto knife. Their face and hands are splattered with blood, and the Soulless. My eyes dart past my unexpected rescuer to the misshapen form behind them. The Soulless's many eyes, once restless and vibrant, now look dull and waxy. A red pool spreads slowly from under its body. Numb with shock, I can't help but stare. It's dead. After all the people it's killed, after nearly killing me twice, well, I can hardly believe it. Well, I gingerly take the offered hand. The stranger's gaze dips into my bandages. Pale lips part, on the brink of a question, then close again. Pepper, don't play with that. No. No, 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 no. Naughty boy. Don't be naughty. Also, I think this is the non-binary option, because I saw in the Kickstarter this character was referred to by they them pronouns. Utter perfection. Yeah, they're handsome, even though they look a little like the Dark Priest. With a strength belying their slight frame, they pull me to my feet. Something about them is strange, unlike any human or monster I've ever met. I can't quite place my finger on why. As soon as I'm on my own 2 feet again, they pull away from me and start wiping the blood from their face and hands. Stay there. Oh, yep. That is a very gender ambiguous character right there. Beautiful eyes, wow. Stay there. They turn away from me stiffly, leaning over the Solus's gangly body. With their back towards me, I realized that I saw their hooded silhouette at the cenobium. Aren't you a bit short for a stormtrooper? You saved me. You saved me. I shouldn't have had to. Their harsh response takes me back. Damn! With each character, they're gonna get harder and harder to riz. Before I can formulate a response, they continue. What are you thinking, traveling alone at night? This is far from the worst thing haunting Lowtown. I can't make heads or tails of them. First they save me, and now they scold me? Lesson learned. I could do without the lecture, though. To my surprise, they break eye contact. Their attention glides back to the Solus's corpse. They examine it with an inscrutable expression. I clear my throat to fill the silence. This is a total Bishonen right here. Dorito-faced Bishonen. I'm Lilith. Min. Suddenly, Min tenses. Their blade flashes as they drive it into the back of the Solus's neck. The Solus thrashes once, letting out a rattling hiss as the air leaves its lungs. Min leans on the blade. Min leans on the blade, driving it deeper and deeper, until there's a sickening crunch, and the creature goes limp. My heart thuds in my chest. It must have been clinging to life by a thread. Min straightens up, withdrawing their blade in a single smooth motion. Better to put wretched things like this out of their misery. They calmly clean the blood from their knife. I swallow, my eyes still glued to the drooling corpse. Why is a Solus inside the city? Min looks at me, eyes searching, before realization dawns. Wake up, bitch, it's dawn! You're new here. There's no walls around the city. Solus can come and go as they please until someone is contracted to stop them. The Cenobium's patrols don't bother to protect Lowtown. Not anymore. Let me guess. You're not a fan of the Cenobium. First time? First time. I wouldn't go that far. Their brow abruptly furrows and they sheathe their knife, motioning for me to follow them. It's not safe here. The vultures can smell death. I'm not quite sure what they mean, but I don't want to stay lost in this city. I trail behind them as they stride down the street. If it's so dangerous, then why are you helping me? I came for the bounty on that Solus, and you were in the way. They're getting meaner and meaner. Not killing you isn't the same as helping you. Don't count on being so lucky again, or you'll be dead by sunrise. Their answer is stingingly harsh. I just need to find my lodgings. I hold my hands up, trying to forestall any snippy comments. All right, I get it. I'd love to get out of your way, but I'm sort of lost. I just need directions back to my lodgings. What makes you think I'll help you? You've already helped me once tonight. Why not a second time? No, 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 not a second time. That seems to catch them off guard. Their brow knits, and they look away, scowling. How troublesome. Lilith? Kuros! Uh-oh. We have two love interests on screen now. Whatever are we gonna do? What are we ever gonna do in a situation like this? Came back from feeding my cat to find an androgynous goth hottie. They are kinda goth, actually. They got the white hair and everything. They're giving Gerard Way Black Parade era. And with a little bit of Legolas in there, too. I turn, surprised by the voice. Kuros walks down the street towards us. His white and gold clothing is pristine, despite the grime of the city. Hello, Min. I see that Soulless was your work. Min shrugs. There's a familiarity to the way they regard each other. Oh, now we have to pick options between these guys. This one's kind of mean. I want to be bad, but like horny bad, not mean bad. So I'll talk to Kuros. You know them, Kuros? Min is a freelancer who has done a few errands for me. They're quite reliable. Ooh, I'm a freelancer. We have a lot in common, Min. Unreliable freelancers don't eat. Lilith needs to get back to wherever she's staying before she wanders into the jaws of another Soulless. It is late. Were you able to find a place to stay, Lilith? I'm staying at the Wet Wick. Both their faces fall. I see. They want me to sleep at their places. Would you like a guide? It might be preferable to wandering about alleyways. That'll be nice. Min clicks their tongue and sighs, sounding mightily put out. Going to the Amaryllis district? That gaudy cesspit? Come, this way. Despite Min's clear distaste, when Kuros leads me down the street, they keep pace with us. Catching my curious glance, Min's eyes narrow. It's not safe this late. I don't care about you, but Kuros is the only doctor worth a damn in this place. Are you like this with everyone? The deadpan look Min gives me is answer enough. I catch Kuros hiding a slight smile, bonding over shared trauma of financial instability. We have so much in common, financial trauma. You're not right for me, though. If you don't have money, then we're fucked. Well, at least one of us needs to have money. I suppress a sigh and resign myself to have a grumpy shadow all the way back to the Wet Wick. The route Kuros takes is completely different from my slow meandering earlier in the morning. ¿Por qué no los dos? Eh! ¿Por qué no los, how do you say 5 in Spanish? In no time at all, he cuts through darkened streets and twisting alleys. It seems like half the city is poured into the Amaryllis district's colorful streets. Laughter, clinking glasses, and music assault my ears from every direction. Yet the most noise still comes from the Wet Wick. Its doors hang wide open, lanterns lit. Here we are. He moves towards the door and Min lets out an audible huff. Don't tell me you're going in. Where else am I supposed to go? I have some quick business with Leander. Ugh, fine. He still owes me for yesterday's work. Ooh, we get to see Leander again. They drag their feet, reluctantly trailing me into the tavern. As soon as the doors open, a wave of sticky heat rolls over me. In the hours since I left, the wick has grown suffocatingly crowded. Kuros stands out, easily a head taller than most. Even so, I nearly lose sight of him amid the sea of swarming bodies. Pardon me. The crowd parts as though answering his request. Kuros glances over his shoulder at Min and me before gliding through. How can anyone breathe in here? Min follows Kuros at a clipped pace. Leander is right where I left him, although he's traded places with the bartender. He holds a pair of shot glasses filled to the brim with luminous green liquid, pickle juice. And now for the finishing touch. A flash of magic paints the glasses white with frost. You're never gonna guess what's in there. Snow? Is it snow? Leander slides the glasses across the bar, and I get my third and fourth shocks of the evening in rapid succession. Aius leans against the bar, an elbow propped up on the counter. Oh my god. They're all here. He catches the glasses and lifts one to the light before turning it upside down. The contents, magically congealed, stay firmly in place. You're supposed to make drinks, pretty boy. Don't tell me you're wasted already. Pretty boy? Veer, perched on the bar's counter beside Aius, takes a single look at the shot glass and shakes his head. We're def getting roofied? Not on my watch, we're not. No. Everybody in chat, never accept a drink from a stranger. Please look out for yourselves. That's actually me being serious. Veer, perched on the bar counter beside Aius, takes a single look at the shot glass and shakes his head. What have we here? A bucket full of boogers? Leander's nose treasure? You've eaten worse. Veer's lips twitch and his ears flatten when Aius offers him a drink. He turns his cheek with a sniff and Aius just snickers. Coward. Don't tell me you're actually... In one fluid motion, Aius throws his head and downs the shot. Drinking that. I mean, this man drank the red water, the cursed red water, so I think he'll drink that. He'll drink anything. A dark look crosses Aius' face. It's chewy. Is it a jello shot? Chewy. Wait, let me try again. Behind me, Min grumbles. I told you this place was a nest of degenerates. It's me and my chat. We're the nest of degenerates. If it isn't Kuras and Nin. At the sound of Leander's voice, Min's pale eyes grow wide. They look ready to bolt until Kuras sets a hand on their shoulder. I promise this will not take long. Min's eyes dart from Kuras's hand to his face, then soften. Fine, you first. While they step forward, I linger behind, struck by a sudden revelation. All of the people I've met today know each other. Good evening, Leander, Aius. Another drinking competition, I presume? Oh my god. Heaven in one shot. Money shot right there. Oh, is it evening already? Could have sworn it was earlier. Some friendly rivalry, Doctor. Nothing to be afraid of. Which one do I pick? Oh, I have so many options. Why can't I just have all 5 of them? Aius actually got the sexually aggressive fox boy to cower. That's his power. That's why I kind of want to be with Aius, but there's also Leander. And, I don't know. I don't know who to pick. They're all so cute. Kuras acknowledges Leander and Aius with the slightest nod, ignoring Veer entirely. Not that Veer seems to mind. He tilts his head and an impish smile curves his lips when he spots Min looming silently behind Kuras. I almost didn't see you there, Min. Looking for your booster seat. Hey, why the short jokes? I'm personally offended by that. Min pushes back their hood. They level Veer with a cool look. I thought Aius wasn't allowed to bring his pets in here. Ooh! My oh my! Veer's tail gives an angry twitch. At the first sight of an impending fight, Leander vaults clear over the counter. He slides in between Aius and Kuras. Now, let's try to keep the peace. It's not every day the self-esteemed doctor takes us up on a drink. His arm snakes around Kuras's shoulders. You're finally taking me up on that drink, right, Kuras? Gay, 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 gay. Gay, 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 homosexual gay. I'm afraid not. We're merely escorting Lilith back to her lodgings. Gays. Kuras gestures in my direction and my stomach sinks. I reluctantly step into the light. Good luck being the Rizzler. Been a sick, Fluffy. You need to get a sleep. Oh, Fluffy, feel better. Oh, I'm sorry you've been sick. Get some good rest. Thank you so much for joining. Feel much better. I'm sending all of the magical healing vibes to you. Sleep well. As soon as he sees me, Leander's face brightens. Lilith, it's been too long. Everyone, this is Lilith. She's new to Iridia. I feel 5 pairs of eyes fix onto me, and suddenly the bar feels suffocatingly small. My voice nearly catches in my throat. I'm imagining I'm in they're all circled around me, and I'm blushing like crazy. Hi. Again. Hi everyone. Again. Am I dreaming? Again? Wait, you've already met everyone? Oh my god, they are so fine. Ias is so fine. Ias and Veer level me with subtly amused expressions. Veer's tail gives a lazy wag. We did. Not that long ago either. Please tell me there's a harem option or something. Starting to suspect she's stalking me. He looks far too pleased with himself when I roll my eyes. This calls for drinks. What does everyone want? In an instant, all eyes turn to Leander, freeing me from the burden of attention. I still can't believe they all know each other. Watching them talk among strangers themselves feels surreal. But for the first time since I undertook the journey to Iridia, I feel a faint glimmer of hope. No. I know I was meant to meet them. You could almost say it's destiny. It's fate. The low, pleasant rumble of Leander's laugh pulls me from my restless thoughts. Well, color me surprised. You make fast friends, Lilith. I wouldn't go that far. We're more like acquaintances, more like future lovers. A wise man once said that acquaintances are merely friends that you haven't shared a drink with yet. Ooh, that's actually a good saying. A wise man? You said that. Here. Last week. I can hear Min's lip curl with distaste from across the bar. Leander clears his throat and continues, unperturbed. Let's toast to Lilith's health. Care to join in, Doctor? Kuros politely declines with a wave of his hand. How about you, Min? No. Min said I'm having none of this bullshit. At the very least, I can imagine Veer and Ias being okay with being a polycule. Yeah, they seem like they already got a thing going on between them. Veer strikes me as very bisexual. Are you? No. A resounding pop pierces the din of the bar. We all turn in the direction of the noise. Veer looks almost bashful as he accepts an overflowing flute from the bartender, poured from a bottle so old its label has been worn blank. They serve champagne here? Since when? I come back to an orgy. What's going on? This is just my harem. It's just my harem. You know, no big deal. Just my harem. Veer pauses in the middle of licking champagne foam from his fingers with a coy smile. You don't mind, do you? In a transformation as impressive as his magic trick, the concern on Leander's face vanishes. He laughs softly. No, be my guest. I know you've got expensive taste. Then he shoots the bartender a frantic look. Unbothered or uninterested in his company, Ias casts his head at me, a light smile on his lips. How about you, Sparrow? I did say I'd buy you a drink earlier. Yes, I want you to be the one to buy me the drink. Please. Please, Ias. No, my treat. Ias regards Leander over the lip of the glass. Oh, now they're gonna fight over me? Oh my god, dream. In the dim light, the glint in his crimson eyes looks downright dangerous. What'll it be, Lilith? I'll take that drink. I'll take you up on that drink. As long as it's not one of those green shots. We're gonna be bad! Don't knock it till you try them. They taste better than they look. Somehow I doubt that, but I hold my tongue long enough for Leander to go behind the bar. He's lying, isn't he? When I glance at Ias, he only shrugs. Like I said, they were chewy. Probably poisoned, too. He considers his own drink a tumbler of amber-colored whiskey. Leander's tried to kill me a dozen times by now. It's always a gamble. Veer clicks his tongue in disapproval. When he looks my way, it's with a half-lidded gaze softened by his third glass of champagne. I kinda want the champagne. Were I with you, I wouldn't let Leander put anything in my mouth. He fans his fingers over his chest, voice dripping with fake reverence. The Wet Wick is one of the finest drinking establishments in all of Viridia. While you're here, you may as well partake in the signature watered-down drinks and still nut leather. What the fuck is nut leather? He sweeps his hand towards a chipped ceramic bowl filled with spindly, speckled jerky that I can only assume is nut leather. What is with the food in this city? As abysmal as you make it sound, this place is completely packed. It's not all bad. Depending on the day, the food's edible. Ayas takes a measured sip of his drink. Would you guys try nut leather? Would you guys try the nut leather? The nut leather? Gotta stick around for the real attractions, though. Before I can ask what he means, Leander returns with a tumbler that he sets in front of me. Uneven chunks of ice bob in a pool of reddish-purple alcohol. I sniff the drink suspiciously. To my relief, this time all I smell is the sharp, clean scent of gin with an undercurrent of fermented fruit. Ooh, I'd drink that. That actually sounds good. Relax, it's just the local specialty, plum gin. Although if you're feeling more adventurous... I shake my head. Leander wraps his knuckles against the bar until the group falls silent. All right, everyone, let's toast. May Lilith stay in Iridia be full of bright adventures and discoveries. And many, many escapades. Cheers! Leander, Ayas, and Veer raise their glasses in unison. Min only crosses their arms and Kuras watches with polite indifference. I tip back my drink. The plum gin is eye-wateringly strong. Despite a sharp medicinal edge, it goes down smooth. Ayo, y'all got any weed here? One sip softens the edges of my vision. The next fades the din of the crowded bar into a low, persistent murmur. I find myself unwinding for what feels like the first time in years. I feel like we're getting hints about each one's personality with the drinks. Leander pounds beer, Aya sips whiskey, Veer the bartender to pour champagne, and Kuras politely declines, and Min declines rudely. Yeah, no, these do give away a lot about their personalities. It tells you a lot. You can learn a lot about a person by their choice of drink, I think. Aren't you the popular one, Lilith? I'm guessing you met Kuras first. It would be more accurate to say that I found her. You saved my life. I merely performed my duty as a doctor. Although, I must admit, I was confused when I woke up missing all my clothes. That's right, I did wake up naked. Leander makes a choked noise. Somewhere behind him, Min sighs. It's not what you think. Lilith was in grave condition. I could hardly treat such injuries through tattered clothes. The silence that follows stretches uncomfortably long. I look away, unable to face Kuras's disappointment, and catching Veer snickering behind his hand. That's my cue to change the topic. Kuras isn't the only one who saved me today. Don't you listen? I didn't save you. You were simply there. I want to know what their romanceable path is going to be like, too. Like, what do we have to do to get them to open up and be so less mean? That's Min for you. Leander reaches for Min, but they duck under his arm with practiced ease, without so much as looking his way. As reliable as they are moody. You're one to talk, considering you neglected to warn her to stay off the streets at night. Oh, I might have gotten a little distracted. Yeah, our little spicy hand-holding session. Min's only response is a short breath. At any rate, I never got a chance to thank you, Min. Don't. The less soulless alive, the better. For a heartbeat, Min's eyes flick towards Ayas, and their lips twist. Ayas is too busy nodding along to Veer's enthusiastic pantomime of stabbing to notice. Lost, no doubt, in an enthralling discussion. I think Veer and Ayas are fucking. I've had enough of this hellhole. Let's go. Min and Kuras share a brief look. Then the doctor speaks up. Very well, but there is something I must discuss with Leander. If you'll excuse us, Lilith. And just like that, the three of them depart, leaving me alone to savor my gin in silence. Or so I think, until I hear a voice that is soft and low, it's practically a purr. Lost your tour guide? I turn to find Crimson and Pink Eyes trained on me. It's not lost on me that they chose the instant the others left to strike. Just my luck. I had to be abandoned with the two most irritating people I've met all day. More like the hottest people you've met all day. Monsters or not, there's no telling what I'll do if either of them push me again. Don't tell me Leander already snuck off to get his knob slobbered out back. He's got business with Kuras and Min. 2-on-1 business, isn't he lucky? I'd like to think everybody is bisexual here. I can't tell if it's the champagne or the company, but Veer has grown noticeably more relaxed. He sits with his chin propped on the back of his hand. His ears twitch whenever a hiccup shakes his shoulders. Why are you so far away? Come join us. He pats the empty bar stool aside Ayas, but I hesitate. The smile Veer wears is sweet and distinctly sly. Power bottom. And with drinks in the mix, I dread how he and Ayas will mess with me next. We don't bite. I'm not sure about that. Just hours ago, he tried to rob me and you threatened me. Me? Steal? Surely you must be mistaken. You sure it was me? God, get a little alcohol in these guys and they get even flirtier. Yes, it was you. And then you had the gall to kick me out just so you could go drinking. He gives me another one of his shrugs. I was lonely. Simpler answer than I expected, but I guess I can't fault him for that. I have to riz Ayas. I'm sorry. I have to. Veer suddenly slumps forward, gossamer sleeves pulling where he rests his elbows on his knees. I can't stop staring at him. I really can't. Ayas sets his hand down on Veer's waist, narrowly preventing it from tipping off the counter. I also want to see him and Veer fuck. How about we start fresh, Begin with proper introductions, get off on the right foot and whatnot. I'll start. The name's Veer, Hunter Extraordinaire. Veer's right hand flutters to his chest and he bows his head, flinching when his hair falls into his eyes. Ayas doesn't say anything, so I suppose it's my turn now. You already know my name. I'm certain you already know my name. Hard not to when Leander shouts it every other second. Veer tips his head back and drains the rest of his champagne. It's a pleasure to formally meet you, Lilith. He says my name slowly and deliberately, savoring every syllable. A tingle jumps down my spine. I quickly turn my gaze away. Ayas smirks at my reaction over the rim of the glass. Something funny? Nope. He's just laughing because I'm so cute. I open my mouth and close it just as quickly. They want me to react, goading me into another ridiculous game. While their sharp cat-like eyes keep me on edge, something about this tension is fun. Finally, she's giving in. It must be the gin. A flash of white over Ayas' shoulder catches my eye. Across the bar, Kuras heads for the door. I don't see Leander or Min, but it feels wrong to let him leave without saying goodbye. I'll be back. Veer hums and wags his finger at me as I leave. I slip through the crowd, careful not to touch anyone, but just as I'm nearing Kuras... Ugh! I stagger, shoulder checked by a man with a neck thicker than both my thighs. He stares down at me, nostrils flaring. Out of my way, shit stain. My wounds spill out on their own. Or my words, you watch it. I regret them as soon as they leave my mouth. The fucking gin. The liquid courage strikes again. The roughneck wheels around, shoving a bloodhound out of the way so he can close in on me. What did you say? He shoves me backwards, sending me stumbling to the sticky floor. I'm fine, but my heart leaps into my throat when I see the roughneck bearing down on me. You trying to start something here? Is this when all 5 of them leap in to save me? The roughneck freezes, his fist cocked back. A group of bloodhounds called by the commotion circle him, sizing him up. For what feels like an agonizingly long moment, the roughneck looks from me to the bloodhounds. Finally, he sniffs and spits on the floor next to me. The lob narrowly misses my cheek. Screw it. Too many freaks in this circus tonight. He turns his back on me and comes face to face with Aias. Yes, Aias. His dangerous smile spreads across his face. You'll do. What happens next is a blur. Aias's fist crashes into the roughneck's jaw, causing an eruption of gasps, shouts, and even cheers around us. Bar fight! Ew, sticky bar floor. Yeah, that's not alcohol that's on the floor. It's making it sticky. Ew. I scramble to my feet as the frantic crowd swarms around me, cutting off my sight of everything and everyone. Throughout the ruckus, I hear Leander shouting, Hey, Aias, take it outside! Ignore them, everyone. Ignore them, everyone. Look, drinks are on me. With those 4 words, the wicker roops with hoots and hollers. Ooh, you're gonna have a big bill to pay tonight. The ring around me disperses as bloodhounds and onlookers rush towards the bar. Through the thinning crowd, I catch glimpses of familiar faces. Aias vanishes out the back, dragging the roughneck behind him. Kuros lingers near the door, searching, I suspect, for any wounded. He departs. And welcome back, INF with you. Hello. Yes, you've come in at quite an interesting time. Min draws their hood up tight as they slip out a side door. While Veer leans over the counter to swipe a glass of wine from behind the bar. Fucking Veer, little shit. And Leander, seated at the opposite end of the bar, gestures dramatically and apologetically at the bartender. I love Leander, too. In the space of a heartbeat, I realize that there's no telling when or if I'll see any of them ever again. Whoever I pursue may be the last person I speak to tonight. I follow. Morbid curiosity draws me after Aias. I slink out the back of the wet wick. The alley is dead silent. Not really what I expected from a fight. A dull crunch reaches my ears, then a thud. I peer around the corner of the building, careful to keep hidden. Yeah, I should have saved before making that choice. I'm an idiot. Oh well. Sorry, I'm getting sleepy, so my brain is breaking a little bit. I'm not sure how much longer this demo is. It's really long, but I guess I'll go for a tiny bit longer. A dull crunch reaches my ears, then a thud. I peer around the corner of the building, careful to keep hidden. Dark, glistening red spatters the ground, spidering through the seams of cobblestone. It guides my eye to a collapsed body across from me. She's going feral again. I've been feral this whole stream. Once so violent, the roughneck is now a little more than a sack of crumpled flesh, blotted with mud. Aias exhales, his breath misting against the cold air. Blood flecks his knuckles as he looms over the emotionless body, his feet on either side of it. Fear spreads like ice in my bones. Moments ago, he was joking and friendly with the others, but now he's a cold-blooded killer. Aias's crimson eyes find me in the dark. Not running, Sparrow? Not from you. I warily rise to my feet, moonlight illuminating my face. I thought I was out of sight. Got eyes in the back of my head. Aias steps off the roughneck. My eyes stay locked on the body. It's wet with layers of blood and grime, completely still. He's alive. Are you sure? Calling me a killer or a liar? Well, I ain't calling you a truther. Should I call him a killer? Liar. Liar, which I guess is both. Yeah, they're both bad options. In that case, he's dead. I squint, and he smirks back. Don't believe me? To be honest, it's hard to believe anything coming out of your mouth. I'm a liar, after all. His bloodied knuckles catch his attention. He tries to rub them clean, but ends up smearing the blood around more. I keep making bad impressions on you. I didn't know you cared about my opinion. Just prefer you didn't piss yourself when we talk. I'm pissing myself while we talk for a different reason, sir. It is because of your chest. Annoyance bubbles in my chest. Well, I'm not pissing myself, even with your bad impressions. Like the first time we met, Ias chips away at my fear, replacing it with irritation instead. Ias kneels beside the rough neck and frisks him. I can't help but wonder if the crime was worth the punishment, but I hold my tongue. Deftly, Ias's hands search through the roughneck's pockets. It doesn't take him long to find his prize. A cigarette and a matchbox. He strikes a match. Oh, it's even odder in fiction when they smoke. Don't smoke, kids. Ban Lilith. You can't ban the streamer. You can't ban the streamer. I make the fucking rules around here, and thank you for the hydrate trick, Poof. He strikes a match. Sparks light up his angular features with a golden glow. It's distracting for a moment, but my gaze inevitably drops back to the muddy body. You're just gonna leave him there? Ias draws deep from the cigarette. He exhales heavily, smoke curling past his lips. I breathe in the sweat, spiced scent of cloves. As his tension melts away, he looks at me with cool-lidded eyes. Should I give him a blanket? Unbothered by the maybe corpse, he takes a seat in the crate opposite the bar. I stand awkwardly, forgetting why I came out here in the first place. Drink some more for the piss. Okay, fine. I have all the power. I'm the streamer. An unpleasant silence stretches between us. Weather's nice. Cold, murky, and humid, he means. I want to believe he's teasing me, but for all I know, this is pleasant for Iridia. Was Princess good company? Who? The dog! He takes another long drag. His metal rings catches the light of the cigarette in a flash of red. The soulless who escorted you back. You named it Princess? Jealous? Yes. You need to call me Princess. I return his smile. You have no idea. I think your nickname's more fitting. Sparrow. Not sure where Ias got it from. Maybe I should tell him to call me by my name, but it's kinda nice. Not that I'd ever tell him that. Before I can dissect my feelings, I quickly change the subject back to the soulless. She was cute. She was kinda cute in a weird way. Yeah, she was a good doggy. I glance absent-handedly at my hand, remembering how she'd nuzzled into my palm at my touch. Ias's eyes softened for a brief moment. Her tail wouldn't stop going when she got back. The group of them don't get much attention. Think she's cute now? Wait till you see her tricks. You taught her tricks? Princess is a smart one. She'll learn anything if you have the right rewards. Sounds about right. The idea of a tamed soulless is still so outlandish to me. I was mauled by a mindless, bloodthirsty beast, and he's talking about them like they're pets. But it's possible, all because of the sea spring. I need to get the answers he wouldn't give me before. I carefully take a seat beside him on the crate, contemplating my strategy. He doesn't seem to mind. He closes his eyes, tilts back his head against the wall, relaxed. Without the pressure of his intense gaze, I feel myself ease up too, as long as I keep my attention away from the bloody heap across us. I glance over at Ias and allow my eyes to linger. Yeah, it's a good thing I don't have an eye tracker right now. A sea glass-colored tattoo spirals up his arm, painting over grooves of muscle. Silver jewelry glints in the moonlight. It draws my eyes to his bare chest. Roughed hands. Carved jaw. His ears, his horns, his pupils. Everything about him is sharp, even the fangs that only show when he grins. I want him to sink his teeth into me. But my attention's drawn back to the tattoo. Something about it feels unnatural, as if the tendrils move when I'm not looking. What's your verdict? I whip my head in the opposite direction. What verdict? Got a long good look. Are you impressed or do I need work? You are perfect. My face grows hot. I've seen worse. I guess I've seen worse. He responds with a low chuckle draped in smoke. Keep staring then. My embarrassment spikes. Without thinking, I blurt out a change in topic. I have one question about the sea spring. Boredom eclipses his amusement in an instant, and he closes his eyes again. Of course you do. I thought I made myself clear what you'd be giving up. Before you kicked me out to go drinking, I still need to know more. Damn, they're going full thirst at the end of the demo. Listen, they gotta hook people in somehow. They gotta make you really want more. My turn for a question. Sounds more like an order than anything else. I bristle under his narrowed gaze. Fine. What the fuck does the full demo game have to offer if this is the demo? I know, this is a long-ass demo. He takes a long pull from his cigarette and lets the smoke trail slowly from his lips. Your curse. What about it? The song and dance is all too familiar. The selfish questions come first. What does it do? Is it painful? Can you control it? I brace myself for the inevitable onslaught. Is the thought of living with it really so unbearable? My dread dies with his words. No one's ever asked me that before. You've survived this long. Unless you're running out of time, I wonder if it's really worth the sacrifice. He flicks the cigarette aside and props his head on blood-smeared knuckles. But what do I know? I'm just an outsider. My fingers fuss with the trim of my cloak. Ordinarily, I'd feel annoyed, but now my chest feels tight. The full game is actually like the last 15 minutes. It's only the sex scenes in the full game. It's so steamy in here. My pores feel great. I know, it's getting really hot in here, guys. Ooh. You could have sold me if you were less honest. You're a shit salesman. Thought I was a liar. I changed my mind. We lapse into silence again. This time it's surprisingly nice. The quiet, chilled air is a calming reprieve. You know, you didn't seem like an outsider back at the bar. A lot of people like you. Ias raises a brow at me. I start by asking about... Ooh, okay, this is really long. I'm not sure how much longer this is going to be, but I'm getting really tired. I was surprised to see that you and Veer are close. Blessing and a curse. From what I've gathered, most people think he's, I don't know, an asshole. And Water's wet. I wait for him to elaborate or add his thoughts, but he doesn't. So what do you like about him? He lets out a quiet laugh, as if amused by my expression. A lot of things. You already named one. You like that he's an asshole. Temperament matches the drapes. Looks good in blood and better in tears. Favorite thing's the tail. Sometimes it frizzes if you... Yeah, they're definitely gay for each other. He catches himself, clears his throat. It's hard not to let the disappointment show in my expression. Veer is one of the most honest people you'll meet. Just don't listen to a single thing he says. Those sound like complete opposites to me. I didn't know you and Kuras were friends. Lilith all-nighter stream pog. Yeah, we'll see how long we can go. I am starting to get pretty sleepy. I didn't know that you and Kuras were friends. In a way. I help him in the clinic sometimes. Doctor doesn't let most people closer than an arm's length. And you do? Heart's on my sleeve. Get the sense that Kuras was like that in the past. Must have been burned. He trails off after the last few words, then shrugs. He opens up in his own ways if he's relaxed enough. I don't know how to even imagine that. You'd be surprised. Even the doctor has an endearing side. He seemed pretty endearing to me. I can't decide what's more intriguing. The fact that Kuras has an endearing side, or that Ias has managed to coax it out of him. Tell me if you uncover any of his other secrets. I'd kill to know more. Min. Maybe Min doesn't necessarily like you, but they definitely pay attention to you. Ias's reaction takes me off guard. He growls, pinches the bridge of his nose, as exasperated as I've ever seen him. I make enemies as easily as I breathe, Sparrow. Doesn't bother me. But that dove's got it out for me for no reason. Maybe they're unsettled by the sea spring? It's not about that. Goes without saying that they've got some issues. Don't think they understand that you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. Honey has left a bad taste in my mouth in the past. Could be the same for them. Oof, I've been eating so much hot honey lately. Hot honey is like crack to me now. It's so good, especially with cheese or pizza. At least you're capable of conversation. Do me a favor and teach the dove some manners. Thought they'd lay off eventually if I didn't bite. Hasn't happened yet. So he has nicknames for everybody. I'm starting to feel a little less special here. I briefly consider the possibility that Min wants to get bitten. I'm not about to propose that, though. And finally, Leander. You and Leander clearly get along well. You like Leander? Doesn't everyone? He helped me a lot since I arrived in Iridia. He even got me a free room at the Wet Wick. His charm has gotten him far, but for a leader, he sure likes it when others take control. Part of me desperately wants to ask what he means, but Ias continues before I get the chance. Ooh, he wants to be a bottom? Surprised we get along? I thought you'd be at each other's throats instead of drinking buddies. His smile is easy, but there's a dangerous edge to it. Leander's done a good job, for a human. Naturally, there'll come a time when his resolve is tested. Could be said for anyone, in this plane or the next. As for my resolve, well, stick around in Iridia long enough and you'll find out. I nod slowly. I can't decide if it sounds like a promise or a threat. Hot honey fad is in, and I'm here for it as long as it stays. It's a fad? It's a meta. I hope it stays. I love it. I put it on everything now. Got any more observations, Sparrow? My main point is that, speaking from experience, being an outsider usually means you don't have friends. I don't. I level with him a tired look. Fine, I'll confess, I have one friend. Don't say yourself. Acutius. As soon as he says the name, a thick wave of unease runs through me. The same sensation I felt at the sea spring in the outskirts. But as quickly as the sick feeling hits me, it dissipates, leaving me oddly numb against the prickling cold. Who's that? A friend. It lives in my head. Oh, he's very tragic. I need him. It lives in your head? Ias taps his temple with a finger. Right here. Scared you off yet? That'd be the bad third impression. That'd be the third bad impression I've made on you today. Hot like spicy honey or temp hot? It's like spicy. It's got a little spice in it. It's like, it has like chilies, I think, infused into it. So it's not like temperature hot. It's just like a little spicy and sweet. I'm stunned for a long moment, processing what he's just told me. Then I burst into a fit of laughter. You're... What? You're serious? Ias grins wide enough to flash his fangs. Deadly. It sounded so fucking absurd I can't help it. On top of everything I've gone through today, it feels like I'm living in a fever dream. I've come close to death more times than I can count, encountered tame solace and a horrifying group mind, and now I'm supposed to believe that there's someone living inside Ias's head? Stranger things have happened. It goes great with chicken and waffles. Yeah, it does. That's another thing it's great with. It's great with everything. There are tears in my eyes by the time I rein myself in. Ias waits patiently, lips quirked in amusement. Sorry, it just sounds so ridiculous. The tension that wound my shoulders so tightly has melted away, and for the first time in a long time, I feel like I can breathe. I feel better. Dukas, where in the rat's ass are you? Raucous, gruff shouts arise in the street, echoed by the sound of heavy boots sloshing through mud. Oh, that must have been the guy that he killed. The voices share the roughneck's accent from the bar, the same roughneck who is still maybe dead and lying bloodied across from us. I nearly forgot about him. I shove to my feet as the voices get louder. They're closing in quick. Ayas pulls me by the wrist out of the alley, away from beaming moonlight. We dive into a nook between the buildings, veiled in the shade of tattered canopies. It's a tight fit. Ayas boxes me in against the wall, his body all but pressed against mine as he towers over me. For the second time today, the heavy scent of smoke envelops me, but this time cut with the metallic tinge of someone else's blood. Ayas pitches his voice low. Quiet. My head leaps into my throat. I'm suddenly acutely aware of the radiating heat off of Ayas's body, the feeling of his leg grazing my thigh, the closeness of his breath. This is bad. I squirm against him and earn a burning crimson glare. Do we really have to? His hand covers my mouth, muffling my whispers. He shakes his head. Don't. I lick his hand. Damn, he's over here. Dukas, wake up, you bastard. A group of individuals, all brandishing spiked weapons, fill the alley. They all wear violet sashes, some kind of uniform. I wish I could see what they're doing, but Ayas's arm all but blocks my weight. My eyes trail up the teal markings. They coil around his arm, his bicep. They lead to Ayas's collarbone, to the cords hanging around his neck, and to the smuggest smirk I've ever seen. Stare at his chest. Hee 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 hee. Goes great at 3 a.m. when you just pour it in your mouth during a kitchen raid. Ooh, careful of your poor throat when you do that. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of options. My eyes dart away from his face, following the line of his neckline down his chest. The way the pendant hangs above the line of his abdomen, just before the skin gets swallowed by darkness. A thrill jolts through me, my face hot beneath his touch. This can't be happening. Why am I getting worked up in this situation? Voices in the alley grab Ayas's attention this time. Shit. He's got more broken ribs than whole ones. What kind of freak did this? Pepper, stop! Fan out. Find the cocksucker responsible. You three take Dukas back to base. At least he's still breathing. The alley clears out as footsteps rush away from us. We stay still until they're distant, melting into the rumble of the corridor. Only then does Ayas take his hand off my mouth. When we finally step back into the moonlight, the night air is ice on my skin. I feel dazed, and the need to keep my eyes off Ayas at all cost. Was that really necessary? The tremble to my voice is nothing but embarrassing. Pepper! 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 Stop! Pepper! Why are you being so naughty? He's telling me to get out of horny jail. Staying hidden was the best option. It would be a hassle to run into them with you there. What, because I'm dead weight? Because 3 bad impressions are enough for one day. The answer is too vague for my liking, but he's probably right. Either way, I don't have the energy to argue. Come on, Sparrow. Let's get you home before you're framed for murder. Very funny. We reach the front of the wet wick too quickly. I hate to admit it, but I don't want to separate from Ayas yet. And not just because he never answered my questions. He's infuriating. As easily as he makes me feel on edge, he makes me feel safe. Secure somehow. You know where to find me. At the creepiest place in the world. Take your time before you decide to drink. I happen to like your shitty attitude. Takes me a moment to process it. Then my eyes flutter down to my feet. I'll keep that in mind. When I glance back up from the ground, Ayas is already down the street, disappearing into the throng of people. No fanfare, not even a wave. Asshole. Your fate? What the fuck? What does that mean? Ooh, yeah, let's do it. Thank you for playing. Oh, okay, I guess that was it. Oh, wow. Almost 5 hours, my goodness. Oh, I am tired. I am tired. And I feel edged. I was hoping we would get at least one romantic scene. Well, at least there was a little bit of tension in there. At least there was a little bit of tension, but yeah. Ah! Okay. I think that's where I need to end off for today. I am quite exhausted. But thank you all so much for joining me today for this, quite horny stream. But it was really fun though. I enjoyed it. I hope you guys all did too. You have fan art. Ooh! I'll be sure to check that after stream. I'm so excited. I wanted to see what my fate was. I wanted to see what happened when I drank the water. But yeah, thank you guys all so much for joining me today. This was a really, really fun stream. I appreciate you all being here for the past almost 5 hours. Oof. Thank you to everybody who followed today, everybody who gifted subs today, everybody who resubbed and everything. Game has a stranglehold on Lilith. Yeah, when the full game comes out, I really want to play it. I want to see what my fate is with Ayas. I have to know. I'm gonna miss him. But yeah, I will hopefully be back on Thursday. I will let you guys know. If I'm not back on Thursday, then I'll be back on Friday. But yeah, thank you guys so much. Thank you, INF with you. Thank you, Bucker Holiday. Thank you, Lumi-chan. Thank you, Dr. Karate. Thank you, Rodias. Thank you, Trick Proof. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, everybody. I will dream of tendrils tonight. Also, let's do a raid real quick before we end off. I see, oh, it looks like Chrissy's streaming. And now let me see. Chrissy is streaming Lethal Company, so we'll go raid her. She recently debuted a new model that's really, really cute. So let's go show her some love. But yes, thank you so much, everybody, for a really fun stream tonight. I really enjoyed myself, and I hope you all did too. You're so welcome. Have sweet dreams of husbandos. I will. I hope you guys all do too. Dream of your own husbandos. And pick this game up. It was a great time. But yes, without further ado, I shall be off now. Thank you so much, everybody. See you all soon. Bye, bye, bye.